The
might
divine,
be neighbors, there might be cousins, there might be friends, or those around you that are making sure that when times may be getting tough, look for them to lean on. They will be there for you. You're not going to be the only ones at this point. At some point, there's going to be a little bit of a struggle going on. And this is to tell that those branches that might be your family that you're taking care of, don't be afraid to also ask for those branches elsewhere, for those family members, for those cousins and neighbors, and maybe even people that you work with. And when times are a little squeaky tough, ask for that, or at least, if not ask for it, don't be humble enough to not accept. Can you agree on that?
Right. Yes, I agree. Yes. Very right.
So, yes, that's and this is where things get weird, right? I say I'm not a medium, but the psychic ability here tells me that there's still something or some family member of something. So I'll go one step further since we're on the same thing. This is the Six of Pentacles that looks like an octopus's tentacles. And this is actually a card of charity. So I will go even further to say that you will actually be helped for sure by someone around you. This is that the octopus has many tentacles that can give, a lot of giving there. So you may have been the type that are giving for others for your good heart, or for your caring, your family, or maybe you're just the type that give cookies to the neighbors and say, hey, I just did it because. This is also telling me that there will be arms reaching out for you soon. So look for that.
Oh, good.
If you believe in the future, this is what I believe about the future. I haven't really decided yet. Technically, it's happened. Why? Time is kind of in a weird circle, flat. It's very hard. Right. It's happened already, and it already hasn't happened. It hasn't happened because we haven't felt it yet. But technically, it might have already happened. And because it's already happened, that's why sometimes these things come through. And that feeling is based on your actions, there's a reaction. And based on those actions, that reaction means there will be assistance coming for you. So maybe you were asking that. Maybe you haven't been asking that, but there definitely will be help coming.
My question was, is my financial situation going to get any better? I am expecting a back paycheck from my work when my union settles, but that's up in the air. It's just don't know when it's coming.
I would say that if this is the way I'm feeling based on this was definitely a charity or definitely giving out towards you. And if that's what you're asking for, this will be giving, if not generosity, it will be given with, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're talking about generosity. Oh, okay.
Right. Meaning that it will be given freely. So if you're asking for this, then that will be given with, let's say, less resistance, something of that mind.
Okay.
When anytime something's giving of that type of card, it's given least resistance. Generally, let's say if I have my last quarter in my hand, right, and I'm starving, but I could keep it myself, but instead I give it to you, right, freely. So you didn't ask that quarter from me or that last money from me. I gave it to you freely of free will. That's the feeling that I had. And if you're asking for that, I think that's still the same. Others around you are helping you, and their times will be a little tough maybe until this comes, but it will definitely come based on the feeling that I'm feeling. If it's not, there'll be something of that equivalent. And I don't like to say lottery or any of that sort, but I'll say that at least the help of that equivalent will definitely be coming in your corner.
Great. Thank you very much.
And how's the weather up there where you're at right now? I'm from Chicago originally, so Indiana wasn't too far from us.
Yeah, I'm in a little town called Cedar Lake, which is right over the border between Illinois and Indiana. It's a small town, and it is going to be 80 degrees tomorrow. It was 66 today.
We're still kind of chilly over here in Iowa. So, I'm glad you're having better weather than we are. So it's Carol, it's been nice to speak with you. I'm glad we're connecting. Don't hold it too hard. You have a good heart. If anything, I would say if you believe in angels, I believe definitely family or friends or angels of that sort are helping you anyway. And I think actually those of the physical nature will be helping you as well. And look forward toward that. Actually look forward to that settlement coming. Don't think, well, maybe it shouldn't, or maybe it won't, or I don't deserve it. Think of it that way. And whether it comes or not, the universe will still find a way to make sure that something of that sort still happens in that way.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My parents are part of my spirit team and spirit guides, and they have a lot to do with it.
There you go. See, I'm already they're tingling there. So yeah, maybe that's the ones that are telling me that to tell you this very directly.
Oh, good. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Carol. How we connect, right? If you've seen my first episode, this is only my second episode, and I still can't even get my darn camera right, and we'll figure that out eventually. But I'm glad you're tuning in, because this is the stuff we talk about. It's not magic. We all have this gift. Some of us have it more so, and you'd be surprised. Grandma that you grew up with probably had some premonition of something, right? And this something's going to happen. And she might have said, "Oh, my bunions or my elbow or whatever for the weather." But you'd be surprised how many people in life, if you go back and check, that this is still prevalent, that kids have this, that adults have this. And more so, unless I show you cards, sometimes people don't believe. And that's why I actually bring the cards out. It helps me focus, but it's not of a magical sort. If you want to buy them, look at my Soto Tarot area, follow me on Facebook, you can find out where they're at. But that's neither here nor there. Janet from London, Ontario, Canada. That is awesome. How are you, Janet? Jeanette. My mistake.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. And yourself?
I'm doing fabulous. That is such a wonderful name.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I butchered it. I only have words here, but it's Jeanette. It's like a French Canadian, correct?
Yes.
Of an origin. So
yeah.
I like to do this little game where I can pull a card. I'll still give you time. We still have a little bit of time, but I like to pull something that's just see where we're connecting. And I have a temperance card here, which looks like a spirit, face of a spirit blowing wind into some kind of a bat or a dragon or some kind of flying bird of some sort. Temperance has to do with balance. And temperance in this form means assistance or needing that extra lift to get around or at least being shown the right path. So the feeling that I'm getting here would be there's something along the lines of you're looking for guidance for something. I know it sounds cheesy, but I'll narrow it a little bit more. I think this is actually in guidance for, I would actually say more of an assistance on that spiritual level. Like this is spirit. Am I right in that form?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm going to ask you your question. Go ahead and ask whatever you wish. We try to keep it G-rated here on the TV and radio. But what would you like to ask for? Or what would you like to ask about?
I asked about between my husband and my father. And it's been ongoing issues, like they don't like each other. And I can't even say anything directly to my father, but it's just like he has an ego. And my husband did already his best to show
that's what this card is for. This card is the Eight of Wands, but it's upside down. And when the Eight of Wands is upside down, it has to do with these little rocket ships, and they're falling from the air, or they're arrows that are falling from the air, or they're wands. That means there's communication that's lacking, and that's just validating what you're saying. Your husband, if I correct, is trying to talk with your father, and they're just not getting along. Correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So whatever this is telling me here that your father, your husband is more in the correct, and for some reason it's not being received by your father. I don't know what the reason is for, but I'll tell you this: it sounds like the husband is in the right. It sounds like another reversed hanged man. When the reversed hanged man is there, it's not necessarily a stubbornness, like to wait for something. It's more of, I don't want to be around and listen to this. Does that sound right? It's, I don't, whatever you're trying to sell me, I'm not buying. And because of that, I'm getting off of this cross and I'm going to walk away type of deal. I'm not thinking anything spiritual or the high road. I'm thinking, show me the money, show me something physical. So show me how the laws of the earth work. Don't talk to me in lovey-dovey type of talks, or this is how you should be. Does that sound familiar?
That's That's right. Exactly right.
Okay. So now we're connecting. And now I'm buzzing. So this is telling me not only is he right, not as only being. So I'll tell you this. 3 of Wands is the ship. Looks like a little ship that's going across. 3 of Wands is actually waiting for something to come. So here I can suggest this. I don't know necessarily what it's about. I don't have to know what it's about, nor does anybody have to know exactly what it's about. But we know that your husband is right. And it sounds like your father is not listening and doesn't want to accept that. And here's how you're going to have to connect. The boat has to make shore at some point, right? And the boat doesn't come to shore sometimes unless we either wait for it, which it may never come, or sometimes we have to meet it halfway. So the best thing that I can tell you here is whatever this situation is, doesn't sound like the father is going to understand. So you may have to reach the ship a different way. Sometimes that means bribing the captain. Sometimes that means finding another ship. And I'm not saying find another father. I'm saying you may have to reapproach this a different way. Maybe on the level of the father, maybe something that he understands. If it's money, talk money. If it's something physical, talk physical. If it means a time limit, then talk a time limit. But whatever the approach was before, or permission that was needed, or whatever, you're going to have to try a different way to get to that boat and for that to come to port. Is that starting to make sense?
That makes sense.
It's difficult to talk to family, especially when they're older than you, right? They raised you. It's your father, correct?
Yeah, that's right. But I already distanced myself to him in some issues that it's related about family. Right. And also I will distance also myself to my brother and sister because it's just like there's a jealousy on it. So sometimes I don't understand, but I think.
So why does your husband? So why does your husband feel like he needs to connect for some reason? Why is he feeling like he needs to get through to your father? Why when you're not? It doesn't sound like you're connecting, and you've gone on, right? You've let that boat decide. Well, I'm just going to find another boat. I'm not going to connect with you. Why is it that your husband then is feeling like he needs to still see this through?
It's just like he wants only to validate that anything that he does for them is just like no appreciation. So my dad is just like, I don't know if it is ego or he doesn't like him. I don't understand. So
here's the issue.
I don't understand.
I'll be a little bit more of a nugget to it. This is what I'm feeling here too. So the seven of cups has to do with choices. And it's reversed. So when it's reversed, instead of having a lot of choices, that means zeroing down on what you want. It looks like a drill drilling a diamond. They're like this little drill is actually making a hole in a diamond. We sometimes have to, our heart has to make choices. And at some point, again, going further, what your other cards were saying is you're going to have to make a choice. You've made your choice. He's going to have to make his choice at some point. How am I going to get to make him understand? I'm either going to continue on, and it might be a long trip to do that and get at the heart of it, or he's going to have to make a decision and say, enough is enough. We've done everything we can. We need to move on. And it's an unfortunate thing, but we have our own life to deal with. We have our own family to deal with. And whatever this is that you're causing is something I can't deal with. Now, I'm not saying either one is right. I'm just saying he's going to have to make that decision, just like you're making the decision. How do I want to really drill down on it and continue because I feel something's going to happen at the end? Or do I at some point say, enough is enough. I need to drill elsewhere. This isn't going to go anywhere. And it's almost like feels like I'm drilling a diamond. It's feeling like I'm going forever and ever, not getting anywhere. It's a hard decision. And there's not always, I can't tell you which one to do. This just tells you that option means there may not be a winning end. There may be losers and winners or all losers in this game right here. You just have to decide what's best for your family, and he's going to have to decide what's best for him. Because I don't believe your father is the one that's going to make the decision here.
Yes, that's right. And also, I want also to know in general about the sibling thing, about the issue about sibling.
Your father's sibling or your husband's sibling?
My father's not father sibling. It's just like my brother and sisters.
So the potential is still there. This is the Ace of Cups, which means potential. There's a cup here with a chalice, a golden chalice with a lot of water everywhere. Water is emotion and water is love. So there's still a potential there. I don't know exactly what you're asking, but this is how I'm feeling it. There is still potential for love. There's still a potential for growth. There's still a potential for connection in regards to your the siblings that you're speaking of. So I don't know how you asked, if that's in regards to you and your family or for them, but there still is hope. There's always potential. The potential ends when you want it to end. When you close the door final and when death is over, that's usually when it's over. But as long as there's breath in your lungs, there's always a chance still for that potential, for that love to grow again and to make amends and to still keep those connections going. Doesn't always mean it's easy. There might be a lot of water tears involved as well, but the potential is still there. And I'm feeling that there's still hope to make amends at some levels for some of them.
Okay, and that's all that you see on the card? Nothing about something in the future?
I can, but I think we're almost going to be wrapping up here in a second, unfortunately. Okay. I'll give you a quick one because I'm usually good at the first one, and it's reversed. I'm sorry, it's not reversed. Empress. That's weird. I can go two ways here. The feel I have. Empress usually means creativity. It can sometimes mean pregnancy. So I don't know. I don't like to say medical things. If you're looking for pregnancy, this is telling you now is the time. If you're not looking for pregnancy, this is telling me this is still a chance for people to come around and hug each other. This is a chance for everyone to be around each other. And this is a chance to make amends and grow that family because the world is tough out there.
Okay.
I hope that helps a little bit on some level.
Thank you so much.
Take care, Jeanette. I'm sorry if I can't say your name right. Wow, 30 minutes go back fast. Again, hopefully I'll get all this stuff ready for you next time and we'll be a little bit better on video, but you can always reach me at sototarot.com. You can reach me on Facebook at sototaro6. I'm always available. I'm always around. You'd be surprised. If you like my deck, you can check at thegamecrafter.com/games/sototaro. Look at thegamecrafter.com. Look under Sototaro. You'll find my cards as well. But again, it's been a pleasure to be here on A1R Radio, and it's a pleasure to be on Moonstruck TV as well. Hope to see you soon.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I am telling you, this whole week already has been a bit kind of crazy, chaotic energy. So I am super excited, of course, as always, being here. So, but I'm anxiously and cautiously optimistic with how the energy has been today. It's been kind of a lot, but I'm super excited to see what messages come through today, because there's just been so many, as we call them, downloads today, and I received some amazing and beautiful connections. So it'll be exciting. I'll be anxious to see who we connect with tonight. But well, I hope you all are having a beautiful week. Here in Utah, we're starting to get some warmer temps, so it's a bit deceiving though, because on the days that are beautiful and sunny, it's cold, and then today it's been kind of overcast and it's 70 degrees. So it's just I want a happy medium, and I kind of joke and laugh about that, haha, pun intended. But anyway, it's this anxiousness for summer. And speaking of summer, super excited, some fun things coming as far as some events. And this Sunday here in Utah at the Salt Lake, it's the Salt Lake or the State Fairgrounds, Utah State Fairgrounds. There will be the Beltane Festival. And if those who are not familiar with what Beltane is, it falls along in the line of paganism. If you follow paganism or you don't know much, I just suggest coming out to the fairgrounds, because it's going to be amazing. Now, I don't necessarily follow paganism, but I love the idea behind Beltane, and it's the celebration of summer. It's about the fertility and birth and things, coming alive, and how people just seem to be happier during this time because of that vitamin D and whatnot. So if you live in Utah, come out and see me this Sunday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. I'll be at the Utah State Fairgrounds, and I'll be doing readings in a booth from about 10 to 4, and then at 5 p.m. From 5 to about 6:30-ish, I will be doing a separate large group reading. That is a separate ticket you need for that. And you can come, and it's a large event of, we can fit anywhere from 25 to 100 people. And, the more the merrier, but I'll be channeling, loved ones in spirit, and just seeing what messages come through for those who I am drawn to at this event. So if you're, like I said, if you're in Utah this weekend on Sunday, then I would love to see you out at the Utah State Fairgrounds at the Beltane Festival. And the tickets to get into there are only like $7. It's very cheap, but they've got food trucks and they've got tons of different vendors making amazing things. I've seen some other things, so it'll be exciting. So, especially with one gal I watched was making fairy wings. They were beautiful. So I kept thinking, oh, my granddaughter would love fairy wings. So, and then even flower, what do you like flower crowns and whatnot. So I don't know. It's lots of it. Just I think it just depends on what you're drawn to and what you like. So excited for that opportunity coming on Sunday. So please, if you are here and you're able to make it, I would love to see you. And if you mention that you heard about the event on A1R Psychic Radio or on Moonstruck TV, see me, mention that, and I'll have a special surprise for you. So just mention that you heard it here. All right. So we are going to, of course, do our, gosh, my brain does not want to work today, our affirmation for the week. So the number that has been just so in my face, just very strong. So is been this number 26. So those who have never been on my lives, or if this is the first time on my podcast, the way that, or why I bring these numbers in, because usually the numbers that I see are either spirit guides working together to validate who will be my caller, or it'll be a loved one in spirit that is wanting to validate their presence. And so the 26 would be connecting to the age of 26, the 26 of a month as being, a death date, a birth date. This could be someone born back in maybe 1926. This can be someone that maybe would have been 26 this year, or someone passed at 26. So you kind of get the gist. Also, occasionally, not often, but 2/6 would connect to February 6th. So keep that in mind. And of course, when I take my callers tonight, we'll mention and see if that connects with any of them to see how that validates, with either them personally or with a loved one who has crossed over. So, all right, let's go ahead. I'm going to read this affirmation for the week. And the affirmation, now this is for everybody and for the whole week. And I love these because I feel like we all can connect to them in some way or another, right? And the affirmation, if you've never heard of an affirmation or you're not familiar, an affirmation, as I say, it's like your mission statement. It's a promise to yourself. And so this affirmation says, I like to take care of myself with love through rest, play, movement, and positive thinking. I love that. I need to do more of this, by the way. So more self-love and self-care, right? So I like to take care of myself with love through rest. Yes, lots of rest. Play, lots of play. Movement. Yes, get your butt moving. That's something I need to do more of. And positive thinking. And boy, is that so true. I've learned through just the many years of my lessons and growing and how I've applied positive thinking into my life that, that positive energy brings those positive results. So I cannot express enough how, that energy is so important. So now you don't have to be rainbows and butterflies all the time, right? But you definitely, the things that are a bit difficult, maybe process them, ask the universe or God or whoever you feel your higher, your maker, what am I learning from this? What am I supposed to learn from this? Look at it in a positive way, the best that you can, and then move forward, right? I think a lot of people get stuck in the past difficult times and, and then they really struggle to see, the good in life, the positive, the light. And boy, I'll tell you, we've all been there. So it's, easier said than done. I get it. But I hope you can apply that in your lives on a daily basis for sure. And then you just, it's a ripple effect, right? You put it out there in the universe, and it's like throwing a pebble into a lake, and it just ripples and catches on. It's wonderful. I love it. I witnessed it. So, okay. All right, my friends. So I think we're ready for our first caller. And this is Noel from Canada. Hi, Noel. This is the mini medium. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, my friend. Thank you. How can I help you tonight?
Well, you guys reached out to me. So, hoping you have a message for me.
Okay, sure. Absolutely. Are you just looking for just whatever message comes? Just, do you have a specific question or topic that you're wanting to focus on? I'm happy to do either.
Just whatever message comes to me.
Okay, perfect. I love it. Okay. Those are my favorite. Whenever you come into a reading with just an open mind and no real expectations per se, I feel like that's when you really get the most out of it. So beautiful. Okay. All right, my friend. So now let me ask, as you might have heard me telling all the wonderful people out there about the number 26 and how that number has come up all day today. And it's been a very significant number that someone has been wanting to bring my way. Do you resonate with that number as an age or a day of someone's passing or birth?
As an age.
An age, okay. And is that an age of someone that is still here in the living, or have they crossed over?
No, he crossed over.
Okay. All right. And so if we happen to have any messages from this gentleman that at 26, that if anything happens to come through my mediumship, are you open to whatever messages come from him?
I am.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, all right. So I will keep that channel open, as I call it, and we'll see what we get. I love it. So even just picking up the number 26, is a lot of beautiful, specific validation of you being, in a sense, hooked up with me, or it was meant to be. It's like the universe lines us together. Your loved ones in spirit make this happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is why that you are talking to me now, or even whatever message comes. So we'll just kind of see how this plays out. Now, I pulled a couple cards for you, and when I do my readings, I use tarot cards, but I don't necessarily read tarot. What I like to do is just use the cards as more of a visual validation for you as my sitter to see what my gifts are giving to me. And both of your cards, my friend, are the number 10. So I'll show on camera here. This 10 of Cups and this 10 of Wands came through together. Now, right away, the number 10 generally would be a sign of significance. So do you connect with October or the 10th of a month?
Not really, no.
Okay, that's fine. Just out of curiosity why you've got 2 10s, but I think I have a feeling why. So we're going to see what messages come through from the other side. And, I'm going to actually do this for you, Noel. And Dave, my producer that's on. Dave, I'm going to just take Noel for my only caller tonight because, Noel, you've got a lot coming in, and I want to give you as much as I can in the time that we have, okay? Especially if this gentleman that you connect 26 to is meant to be giving you messages. So this 10 of Cups that you pulled that is right side up, what that ultimately means is that it's time to fill these cups up. So and this really connects with family. This connects with, sometimes it's, we need to fill these cups up because the family connections have been missing. The family connections have not been present. And sometimes it can mean that the cups are overflowing with too much family stuff where we kind of need a break. Then the other card, this 10 of Wands reversed, what this is this is some of your shadow work. It's what you're working on or what you need to work on to just try to live your best life. And that wand is about you, in a sense, finding your magic wand and waving that wand to get what you want, when you want, and how you want it. So it's very powerful, but there's always that big old but. You have to be careful what you wish for. So I'm going to tell you, my friend, there's some family dynamics. Is this gentleman that connects to the 26 age? There's a sense of him coming in already. I'm already getting chills on my whole right side, and I'm getting sweaty. Is he considered family? Because he sure comes in that way.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so I feel he's a big part of why your cards are coming out the way they are. So I want you to also think of that number 10, and you don't have to figure it out now, or the number 20 as being a very significant number as well. I just heard 2020. So if I take you back 5 years ago-ish. Now I know pandemic was happening during that time. Do you recall in 2020, very significant year for you?
No, I can't think of anything.
Okay, just keep it in mind. I know that we all were going through a lot of stuff in 2020 with the pandemic and COVID and whatnot. So keep those numbers in mind, because there's sure the reason that they're coming through pretty strong. So now, let me tell you, there's this gentleman coming through with the number 26. I also need to tell you there's a feeling of wanting to guide you to be mindful and cautious of what you are telling others, because it's the feeling of others maybe not taking this the way that it was meant to be given. So being very mindful of, any family things or any personal things that you're sharing to family. He's very protective of you. And then he shows me children. Just yes or no, hon, do you have children?
Yes.
Okay. Now he's showing me 2 and 1 with kids. So
what is that? He's showing you what?
Oh, sorry. We had a little bit of a glitch there. How many kids do you have, my friend?
I have 5.
You have 5 children. Okay. So when he's showing me 2 and 1, this is a connection with even the month of March. So the number 3 and the 2 and 1 being you have 5 children. So how do you connect with the month of March?
It's when he passed.
Okay, perfect. All right. So he's being very interestingly clever with how he's coming in. He emphasizes the kids, and then he gave me that 3. So there's also a feeling of the children being very protective by him as well. So, and there's also a sense of him feeling that, even his presence around you is pretty strong. Even a sense of where, even what I'm smelling right now is such a very strong, it's almost like a cologne smell mixed with cigarette smoke. I know that sounds really weird, but that's the best way I can describe this.
Yep, that's him.
That's okay. Beautiful. Well, he's coming in strong, my friend. Can I ask who this is to you?
He's my son.
Your son. Okay. Well, no wonder why he wants to talk about the kids and so his siblings. Oh, I love this, my friend. Oh, I'm getting choked up. I have to just emphasize that no mom, no parent should ever have to bury their babies, hon. So I'm very sorry for the loss of your son.
Thank you.
You're welcome. He's a very strong soul, and he's been with me all day. And I knew, and it's so funny. He's like, oh yeah, he's a talker. He's a talker right now. He's loving the fact that I just have chosen to just give all of his attention, all of my attention to just you. He loves the limelight, by the way. He loves the light. So he's loving the fact that he's going to have this time to give as much as he can. So there is also a sense of, I get it. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to understand what he is showing me here with. So next, now I know you're in Canada, and Mother's Day, here in the States is May 11th. He's mentioning that right now too. So maybe a dumb question, but do you also celebrate Mother's Day?
Yes.
Okay. In the same date, correct? I know, maybe dumb question, but I want to make sure. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. So that, now it's May 11th. I keep thinking, maybe that's the 10th, but it's actually the 11th. So he can't get away from this 10. So I'm going to just say, please keep that in mind as the 10th of a month as a significant date, or October as being a significant month. Yeah. So now, okay. he says, Mom, I went fast. He says, I went fast. He went very quickly. He feels that it wasn't much time to even think or to, be in pain. It was like very quick. He also, I love this. Is he technically your oldest? Because he keeps talking about his younger siblings. He just goes, the younger siblings.
No, he was my middle child, but he really looked out for his two younger siblings.
Okay, perfect. He just keeps showing me my younger siblings, and then he shows me a sense of being over them, very protective. But I don't want to say a father figure, but taking care of them. Now his younger siblings, he's showing me one of each, one brother, one sister. Is that correct?
No, it's two sisters.
Okay. Did you have a loss of a child? Because he's showing me that he's with the boy and the girl, the son and the daughter.
Yes.
Okay. I feel like he's trying to talk about being with one in spirit as well. So there is a sense of wanting to make sure that you know that he's with them all. Also, okay, he's very charming. He's very charming, by the way. When did he's a very strong soul to where I feel. Did he pass within the last 2 years? Usually a soul this strong is about 2 years or less.
Yeah, it was last year.
Last year. Okay. So he boy, you've got to smell that cigarette smoke mixed with that cologne, because I'm here smelling it again. Do you often? Does that make sense? Because that's not going away.
It does.
Okay,
so good. Not long after he passed, I bought a car freshener for my car, and it was his cologne scent. So I bought about 10 of them.
Oh my gosh! I love that.
And when I get in my vehicle the last little while, I smell cigarettes in my vehicle. So that combined with the cologne, I know it's him. Yeah.
Right. Oh, I love that. I love that you know it's him. And I love that you connect with that being him, because he, our loved ones in spirit work so hard they use a lot of energy to do the things they do, to give us the signs and symbols and, things as simple as we think as cigarette smoke or the cologne smell, but it really takes a lot of their energy. And so he's kind of laughing. I can hear your son has a very contagious laugh.
He does.
Very loud too. It's but it like if you were in a room full of people and you heard that laugh, you'd go, "Oh, yep, that's him." He's very, very loud, but I love it.
Yes.
I just heard a name like Alex. Or Alice, A-L, Alex.
Alex.
A-L, or Alan. Say that again, hon.
His godchild is Alex.
His godchild?
Yeah, his godchild. His name is Alex.
Beautiful. I love it. Okay. So he just mentioned his godchild. Will you please share that message if you feel comfortable that he is very protective, very much there, and wanting to validate that without a doubt. He's a strong man. Okay. He says, Mom, boy, did you keep his car? There's something about his car. Where's my car, Mom?
Oh my God, yeah, his car's here. I just found a key because his friend is taking it.
Oh, I love. Okay, perfect. Did you sell it to the friend?
Before he passed, he sold it to his friend.
Okay.
Yeah, and his friend is the father of Alex.
Oh, no wonder why. Okay, because he's showing me right. Boy, this is beautiful. I know the veil's been very thin, but he's channeling amazing, hon. I mean, and I knew that we needed to give you as much as we could. He's and there's such a feeling of so relieved, I guess, if you will, or so happy that his friend has his car. It's for more ways than one. I mean, it's a sense of he knows that his friend will take care of it. But he also feels that it'll be safe for his godchild. So it's that kind of feeling of, it's better than, he just said it's better than what he had. So he must have had a not such great car or wasn't very reliable, because he's kind of laughing, saying it's a better one than he had. So it's even that feeling of maybe being safer or more reliable. So even just sharing that with his friend would be great. So now, okay. He all of a sudden says, I need my father to know that there could be no change in the timing of my passing. There's something about needing to tell Dad. Dad could not have done anything different or change the outcome. Okay. Do you understand that? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. He says, boy, I just have to say, and I might get bleeped out for this, so sorry to my producer, Dave, but your son's like, Mom, I know I was a pain in the ass. He's like, I know it's a pain in the ass. So he's admitting that he was a handful. And I've heard other few choice words from your son, but we'll just keep those, we'll keep those on the down low. I'll keep those parked in there. So he's hilarious. He does say that, we've got about a minute left. My producer just said so. But if anything, the last thing I want you to know that I hear from him saying to you is how grateful that he is and appreciative of what you have done to keep his memory alive. And he thanks you for that and loves his mother. He says, Mom, I do love you. So it's a feeling of, don't ever question that. So I hope this gave you some peace, hon, and some comfort. I know that these are kind of short. I could probably go for a long time, but feel free to go to my website. It's mini-medium.com, or anyone for that matter, and message me, and we can even schedule some more time if you would like, okay?
Okay. Awesome.
All right, my friend. Well, you have a beautiful, beautiful evening, and happy Mother's Day to you next month, okay?
Oh, thank you so much.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for White Table Tarot with Crystal. Live from whitetabletarot.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is White Table Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am absolutely delighted to be here during another glorious evening with you all. I am Crystal. I'm a spiritual healer and life coach with over 25 years of experience in what I collectively and lovingly refer to as the healing arts. And I'm here today to introduce you to White Table Tarot, which blends traditional espiritismo style spirit communication with intuitive tarot reading. So the white table itself isn't just a surface, it's an altar of clarity and a sacred space where we now invite in light, wisdom, and benevolent spirit guidance from our spiritual court, our guides, ancestors, and elevated beings who walk with us. And we ask them to speak. Make sure that you check me out at White Table Tarot on all the social media platforms. I am on Facebook and YouTube under White Table Tarot, and I am on Instagram and TikTok under the handle Abundant Woman Coach. I'm so happy to be here and to serve you. So we are waiting for our caller today. I'm looking forward to answering our caller's questions. So it looks like it might take another minute or so. So I wanted to also let you know that this week and next week on the social media platforms, I will be doing a raffle for a free reading with me. Readings with me are typically, well, I try to keep them to 60 minutes. Anyone that has worked with me before knows that I do tend to go long. And these readings also include channeled messages, oracle, bone readings, pendulum at times. It all depends on what may be needed. And I also do energy healing in person and at a distance. So I'm still deciding with this raffle whether it'll be just a reading or whether there will also be opportunities to win either a healing service or some type of product. Take a look at my website, whitetabletarot.com. I sell crystals and a variety of esoteric products to help support your journey. So I do a little bit of everything. Again, check me out, White Table Tarot. All right, so I have Tanya now in Lawndale, North Carolina. Tanya, how can I assist you today?
Oh, mercy. I don't know. My whole life is like jumbled up right now.
I'm sorry to hear that. What's going on?
I don't know. It's a relationship, family, the whole 9 yards. It's like I got all the world on my shoulders.
All right. So what are you hoping to achieve from today's reading?
Just got to get some clarity in which way I need to go.
Okay,
with the relationship and all that stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the energies that currently surround you. And we're also going to take a look at the guidance that the cards are providing as to any action steps or things that may be coming in the near future around what you've just described. So I certainly see with the 10 of Cups, and I see the death and rebirth, and I also see the 8 of Wands. The first two are in the inverse. And so, yes, I can see how you're going through a bit of a process. There's change happening, a lot of it, and it's coming rapidly. A lot of it has emotional ties or an emotional basis to it. You're going through a process of transformation. Do not be afraid to release and to let go of any relationships or attachments that no longer serve you, okay? Because you're going to come out of this in a much better place emotionally and energetically. The 8 of Wands is all about rapid, sudden change, and it can be a little bit uncomfortable, but please do trust the process, okay? Because the 8 of Wands, typically, you know, this deck is different, but typically there's a lot of beautiful butterflies on the card, so the imagery is just very supportive, okay, for a full-on transformation that leaves you in a much better place. So I do see that that's what's pulling up with the current energies around you. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the guidance is for you, okay? And what steps you can take, if any. So you've got the 3 of Wands, you've got the 6 of Pentacles, you also have the Chariot, and we will pull additional clarification cards as needed. But what I'm picking up on here is that you're actually being asked to go forward with any plans that you have. You might even want to consider going on vacation or something of the sort, going into a space that's going to kind of pull you away from some of what's happening and might give you a refreshed perspective. It could also help refresh your body, mind, and spirit, okay? With this 3 of Wands, it doesn't necessarily have to be related to vacation. If there are things that you've been thinking of doing or planning now for a while, you want to go ahead and step into action and move forward with those plans or those decisions. With the 6 of Pentacles, here, something needs to be put back into balance, okay? It's possible that you have been giving a lot and not allowing yourself to receive, okay? To receive support, to receive love, to receive the things that you need. You might need to step up a little bit with your boundaries, be a little bit clear around your communication, okay? Because I'm seeing here with the Chariot as well, if at times your mind feels like it's running, right? It's time to actually get into your body, all right? You want to experience a physiological change, all right? You want to experience this release and the healing that comes with that. And you want to move forward, okay, with the energy of the Chariot. This is a very steadfast, no nonsense, straight to business kind of an energy, okay? This is what you need to embody to be able to move forward. We're going to pull some additional cards. Oh, this is beautiful. There's a confirmation here of the 6 of Wands. This is victory, okay? This is being in a very empowered state. If you see the imagery here, there's this lady, she's standing out with her arms facing, upward into the sky. She's reaching out. She's got this laurel wreath here. All of the imagery is resounding victory, okay? And the number 6 itself, okay? It's the number of harmony, okay? It's a number of peace, all right? So this is an emotional piece. This is also a piece with the individuals that you allow to remain in your sphere, okay? You want to give yourself a pat on the back, all right? Because it's difficult to do that. It's difficult to acknowledge oneself at times. But you want to do that for all of the successes that you're going to be experiencing. Do not cut yourself off from that energy. That is a type of receiving, okay? I also pulled here the 10 of Swords. So this very much, again, could be feeling like a bit of night, a dark night of the soul, so to speak, okay? But with the 10 of Swords, I want to point out a couple of things. Again, with the number 10 being the end of a cycle. The Knight of Swords may include betrayal. It may include the worst of the worst, okay? And it could also include a lot of like the upset on the mental level that comes with experiencing some of these things, okay? So something might be keeping you up at night. Something might be stressing, you're kind of in that energy, in that vibe, okay? But the 10 of Swords those are the darkest hours before the dawn. You're coming out of this, all right? Again, with this 6 of Wands here, you can expect to come out of this, but it does require some action on your part. And rather, I'd say even a little quickly, okay? You don't want to dwell on these things that have been difficult for you to either speak out on or to take action on. I see the 6 of Cups here, and it's in reverse. So there might be a lot of kind of reminiscing, a lot of thinking to the past, thinking to better days, and I just want to warn you that if you focus on the past, or they're actually, some of them are in someone's back, but some of them are in the ground. Okay, so again, it's about, did you get what you needed for tonight?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Thank you. I appreciate your time and for trusting me with supporting you. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. My socials are White Table Tarot on YouTube and on Facebook. And I'm under Abundant Woman Coach on Instagram and TikTok. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You have a good evening. All right, guys, my show is about to wrap up in just under a minute. I encourage all of you to, again, check out my socials, check out my website at whitetabletarot.com. My handles are White Table Tarot on YouTube and Facebook, and Abundant Woman Coach on TikTok and Instagram. I do lives regularly, and I am holding a raffle for a free reading, okay? That includes oracle channel messages, phone readings, and I'm just so excited to connect with you all again. I will see you next week. Blessings.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.one. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader with over 10 years of experience, with a dozen or so healing modality certifications. But regardless of everything, I simply say that I am a channel of spirit, bringing messages for those who find me. And speaking of messages, I'd love to start this weekly reading out with a collective message. And these are energies to be aware of over the next 7 days. Now, because this is a collective reading, not everything is going to unfold exactly as I say, but still the overall themes of the week will be in your everyday life. And it seems that as we're going through this week, particularly tomorrow, there may be a couple of things that happen that are leaving you kind of upset. It's not something that's too drastic or anything that's going to cause the rest of your week to be terrible. They're just going to have a few hiccups where you're taking things a bit more personally than what you could be doing. It's more of that crying over spilled milk. It's really not a big deal, but it's still going to have that disappointment within the next day or two. So just be aware of that, because you are stepping into a bit more of an emotional period, and that completely makes sense as Venus is coming out of retrograde pretty soon near the end of the month. So we're stepping back into this emotional transformation period where you are going to be working on your long-term plans, particularly with other people that are involved. So if you have been really wanting to work with other people, or if you had to put a project or inspiration or dream on the back burner because you either didn't have the energy or just didn't have the resources at this time, that's coming back. You're getting that renewal, and you're getting that motivation and spark back over the next 7 days. Now, it's not going to be the full fire yet where you're going and you're getting things done, but the motivation is coming back. And that's so important as we go for our goals, whether it's at work, career, romance, is to understand that we are the ones who trap ourselves. And so whenever you hit an obstacle, you can sit there and you can be upset and disappointed, and that's completely okay. You are allowed to work through your emotions. But there's a period where you have to step back and you can say, okay, I'm taking responsibility for this and I'm moving forward. I'm no longer going to stay in this stagnant energy, because you are meant to go forward. You are meant to grow and to experience all of life. So as you're going through the next 7 days, don't let the little things get to you, because your motivation is coming back and it's going to help propel you forward, especially through the month of May. And I am hearing August and September are going to be big action months. So rest while you can and continue forward. And we're going to jump straight into our caller of the day. We have Kelly from Florida. Hello, Kelly.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking.
What type of questions do you have, Kelly?
Well, I have an event coming up this weekend, and I just want to know if it's going to go okay. I'm doing a talk at a women's retreat.
Okay, that's fantastic. Okay, so let's see. Spirit, before I pull cards, what do we have? There's going to be a lot of themes coming up regarding forgiveness. Really working on letting things go, learning how to let things go, and overcoming situations that you have experienced all throughout life, and knowing how to take these experiences that have been harder, more difficult, emotionally drowning as well, and really using it to create a skill set. And it sounds like this is what you've been doing. You've been through some stuff and you've learned, and now you're able to have all this information to share with other people. And you really are going to touch a lot of people who are coming forward, especially some of those who are a bit younger, because they don't understand what self-forgiveness means yet. And you are able to present your own experiences and your knowledge that you have gained over all these years, and explain it in a way that the I shouldn't necessarily younger, the people who are more new on this path of forgiveness, finding self-worth, self-confidence. You can be any age to learn, but you are able to come forth and really say, your life is precious. You deserve to forgive yourself. So it's all about stepping forward. And the way that you're coming through in this energy is it was really beautiful. So overall theme, yes, it is going to be a good time. But we do have some things to work on before the weekend comes, because we want you to be able to do the best that you can to have the most joy out of this as well. And at this moment, it does seem you are kind of a little bit trapped, potentially within like a decision making, or you may be working with somebody else and it's just not going exactly how you want it to go. Don't worry about it. Forget it. You have all the tools that you need. What you have prepared for is going great. But what is important in order to move forward is that let go of your burdens. It is not about passing the torch to like someone else's. It is you coming forward and saying, I no longer have to carry this for myself, my own fears, my own traumas. I've been carrying it around because I want to teach people. But it's about implementing those. So when you implement the lessons, you no longer need to carry that backpack of tools because they are a part of you. And that kind of helps that burden goes away. Because as you're stepping forward, and I am seeing the number 5, but I don't think it's going to be 5 days, potentially 5 hours. You're probably going to be asleep by then. But we're stepping into that. That number 5 is coming forward, which is the number of change. Now I understand. Thank you, Spirit. You are changing a traditional mindset of how things were supposed to be, how we were taught. And changing that traditional mindset, but you're setting it in a way in a spiritual practice that is going to change lives. Now, it may not necessarily someone's going to come up and be like, oh my gosh, I understand everything. No, but you are like putting the gas in their car so they can, those who come to your presentation can come forward and be like, oh, okay, let's do this. I do see a fear surrounding money as well. A little bit of uncertainty about that as well. If you're trying to create kind of a revenue on any type of life coaching or spiritual work surrounding women, take that as it is right now. I am not seeing this presentation really helping you in any finance way yet, but information is coming in more and more that is going to help you in the future. So while overall you're going to be touching a lot of people during this presentation and presenting such a beautiful perspective on things and helping that judgment to fall away, the long-term plans have just been planted. What else are you trying to tell me?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Spirit's trying to tell me something else, but it's not coming in clearly yet. So while I'm letting that go through, do you need any clarification on this?
No, that's really beautiful. Everything resonates really well. And the money, yes, I'm stressed about money right now. But I'm so excited for this weekend. I just want to know, this might be a weird question, but like, are my ancestors and spirit guides going to be there when I give my talk?
Yes, that's an immediate yes. I don't even have to pull. I'm getting the chills and the goosebumps. And while it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable to have these ancestors come in, it's going to be comforting, but it's also going to be uncomfortable because, right, it's the generational trauma that's coming in, the ancestral trauma, the karmic lessons that are coming forward to be released and to be worked through. So it is a really important time for you before you step up onto that stage and give your beautiful presentation. Spend some time alone over the next couple of days, and instead of focusing on other people, on how you're going to affect other people, focus on giving that to yourself. Okay, when I walk up on that stage, how do I want to feel? Do I want to feel happy? Do I want to use the stage to share my stories and to experience because I want to share my voice? Is it because I want another income revenue stream coming forward? So forget what kind of impact you're going to make on other people. Just focus on yourself coming forward. And I know that may seem a little counterintuitive as we step into it, but when you walk up there as your authentic self, knowing what you want to get out of this experience, that is going to impact people much more than a rehearsed speech with rehearsed movements, wanting the audience to get a specific reaction. It's about your authenticity, because it is that how your experience will shine. That is how you understand and you can teach forgiveness, because forgiveness isn't really something you can teach, but in a way that you are able to present a lot of your experiences and how to, especially inner child trauma, motherhood trauma, more difficult things in early parts of life. You are almost able to teach forgiveness, but in a way that motivates others to come forward and be your student. So you will be making connections, which are incredible. You will be helping people walk forward. But at this time, it is about you and not about the outcome of the audience, because we're getting rid of this fear of money here, because we want that renewal. We want you to be able to do your passions and use your intuition to help people through transformations. And that is on your path. It's just not here yet specifically, but it is here. It's coming in a more front forward way. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah. That's just amazing. This is my favorite reading ever. Thank you so much. I'm so excited for this weekend now. I can't wait.
And I am so excited for you, because you are taking all these beautiful steps, one foot in front of the other, to get to your goal. And it's that slow and steady that's going to lead you to the heights of your spirituality, using your intuition to truly help those who want that transformation. So you have an incredible gift of opening hearts, and you're going to impact those who are ready to listen.
Thank you so much. You're going to make me cry.
Let it happen, okay? Focus on yourself, Kelly. You're going to do great. Remember what it is that you want to accomplish.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Darlings, I'm Perry Lyons, and you're you, which is the best possible thing you can be. I'm going to be here for the next half hour, staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. Yes, you. It's funny. We're going to get to the psychic tarot weather in a moment, one moment. But I found this song I'd written a couple of weeks ago because I'm a songwriter and singer. Well, I mean, I think so anyway. I was walking in New York, and hand to God, I saw this sign on a shuttered storefront, and it said, "Psychic closed due to unforeseen circumstances." I was like, dude, you're letting the sign down. Come on, really? But so I just said, Sister Eliza. I was thinking about that. So if you got a second, I just want to sing you a tiny bit of the song. You ready? Sister Eliza, reader and advisor, tell me what to do. Sister Eliza, life is a surprise, a minute and a true. Eliza, I'm paralyzed. Sister, I'm mystified. Maybe my hand can tell me what my heart should do. And then there's a little more. We're going to skip that. And then the last verse is, Eliza, baby, listen, sister, maybe you could tell me one thing more. If you know so all fired much, why are you living in the window of a store? And there's more to it than that, but I just thought it was cute. So anyway, it's Moon is in Pisces today. And we're now in the astrological sign of Taurus, which is a great place to be. If you're a Taurus, this is a very good time for you. If you're a Scorpio, just grin and bear it because they're opposites. And so I'm going to do the psychic weather. Somebody just gave me this fabulous deck of tarot cards, and I can't remember who. So thank you. It's been, I forgot to tell you guys before we start. Time Out Magazine, Time Out New York, which is a big deal magazine. It's like they have Time Out magazines in every major city, and they're like, that's what you look at to see what you're supposed to do and what you want to do and all that good stuff. So they just came up with a list of best psychics in New York, and there were 5 of us, and I was one of them. Isn't that cool? It's on the cover and everything. So I'm fixing up my website that actually I haven't looked at since 1972. So in a couple of days, I'll post my website, and you can go see for yourself, and you can start booking. You can start booking appointments. I knew there's a word for it. Okay, my loves. So the tarot weather is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I'm going to pick 3 cards. I'm not going to pick them first because that's cheating. And the first card is the beginning of the week, starting today. Second card is the middle of the week, which is like the weekend. And then third card is all the way to next Wednesday when we start again. Oh, wow. Okay, so our first card, which is kind of how you're feeling right now. Oh, and you know how every psychic on YouTube is like, if you're hearing this, you're supposed to. But I started that. I started saying that on this show like 7 years ago. So I'm going to sue all of them. All of them, I tell you. Okay, this 10 of Fire, which is also known as the 10 of Wands, it's a beautiful deck. Isn't that blue gorgeous? And it says, too much work. Accept help from others. Life is out of balance. Stress-related health conditions. And I can tell you that that's certainly true for me. So it also feels like it's true for a lot of people. Everybody's feeling very stressed right now. Just ready? Take a deep breath. Now take another one on top of that. There. Then breathe out like this. That's a vagus nerve breath, VAGUS, as opposed to Vegas nerve breath, which is where you wake up in a motel room in a Nevada city with 7 exhausted sex workers, 1,500 empty liquor bottles, and a decade of your life missing. Okay, what's the second one? Page of Fire. This could be really, Page of Fire is Page of Wands. Can you see that? Yay! Sorry, my hand is shaking. I have a natural tremor. This is how I am. And Page of Wands, it's news. Page of Wands is always like news of some kind. It also means that you're finding a part of yourself, an energetic, like very alive, creative part of yourself that you had thought was gone, but it's not. It's here. So Page of Wands, it's like an exciting new adventure, endeavor, and you're also supposed to use your ingenuity and individuality. But you always should do that. And the last one. That's so cool. Oh, wow. Huh. The Balance card. Actually, I got 2 at the same time. I guess I'll tell you about both of them. Archangel Zadkiel is an archangel. I do a lot of archangel work. I mean, they bill me, but archangels, they're expensive, man. So this is sort of what balance. It's like the Temperance card. It's a need to take a deep breath, just as we just did, and kind of put some moderation into your life. It's a time to cooperate and compromise and just trust, even if it doesn't seem like this, that the universe, the big love, whatever you want to call it, really does have your back. And if you just sort of relax, your timing is perfect and elegant. Hi, Kim, I'll be with you in one sec. And the last one is a Page of Cups. And this is another, like, you're getting in touch with a version of yourself. I don't know why this is not coming. There we go. Page of Cups is either a creative and beautiful child, probably Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, might be in your vicinity, who is pulling a little focus right now. So, or it's a part of you. And again, this is a new cycle for you where you're going to be feeling more outgoing and more creative and more confident and more, a word that mispronounced a lot, mischievous, not mischievous. No, mischievous. So it's, I'm sorry, the Page of Cups is also very creative, sensitive, and again, you might be getting in touch with a part of you that's sort of gentle and creative from, maybe this is what you were like as a child, and you're sort of rediscovering that. The planets are saying the same thing. It's a time for rediscovering. Don't push anything, but be proactive. And there we go. Kim, I love the name Kim. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Toronto, Canada.
Oh, everybody I love is from Toronto. I don't know why. Just happens. Well, I like to connect to people through your birthday, lovely Kim. So when is your birthday?
It's June 1st. So Gemini.
Yes, you are. 2 of them, in fact. I love this. I love Geminis. I have a Gemini brother and a Gemini sister. It's like having 4 siblings for the price of 2.
Oh.
Okay, let me tune in. How can I help you? It feels like you've got a specific question that you're a little shy about asking, but it's right there at the top of your head.
Just about love and like where that's going in the next year, I guess.
Where love is going?
Yeah.
Hopefully, come into your house. Are you sort of and not sort of in something right now?
I am.
If you listen or watch the show a lot, which I hope you do, and I'll encourage you to do in the future, and I'll be nice to you, and I'll send you money and chocolate. You'll know that I'm not a big fan of kinda relationships, unless it's your choice, in which case, absolutely great. But I'm seeing a lot of guys sort of bookmarking fabulous women, and you're a fabulous woman. You have great energy. Also, you have a beautiful speaking voice, which is very unusual. So I'm not crazy, unless if you want a full-time thing with this person you're sort of in and out with, and he's not giving it to you, I would just thank you next. Because the person I see for you, I'm actually going to pull a card, which I must never do, but I like you. Okay. And this is what I was getting for you. What I'm getting for you is somebody coming into your life who's a lot more like you than the current person is. Is it okay that I say that? I don't know what you think I mean.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. I think you want a family. I think you're very independent. You're very creative. You're also very good with people. I mean, that's a good thing to be because we're people. Being good with sheep would be fun, but not remunerative. It feels like you'd be really good, like working in something to do with high fashion. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a second. But you have the Ace of Fire, which is the Ace of Wands coming up. And the Ace of Wands always means a new beginning. And in this case, it means very passionate new beginning. Somebody's coming into your life and is going to change your life, as people do. I don't see this happening till right around your birthday, though. Is that okay? Give you plenty of time to sort of exit from this on and off thing. And I don't know if you like guys or gals or llamas or what, but the person I'm seeing is just a lot more like you. They're very proactive, but they're also very gentle. I feel like my feeling with you is that you're really adventurous and you're a lot of fun, but you're also not bossy. You sort of let other people live and let live.
Oh yeah.
That makes sense?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's such a nice quality. Yay. I love that. I feel like you and the guy you're sort of with right now, I want you to be appreciated. And I want like men to throw jewels at you as you walk down the street. Actually, I want that for me too. I don't feel like he totally gets you, or that I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to put you off. I'm sure he's very nice, or she's very nice, or the llama's very nice, absolutely. Depending on what you like. I don't know. I just get that. I want you to have more attention because you're wonderful. What else?
Wow. I mean, could that be because of current life circumstances? Because that really kind of, like, without saying it too specifically, but, life circumstances happen and that kind of throws a roadblock in what is wanted. Yeah. So that kind of really changed things. So is that because of that? And would there be like a rebirth in the current, I guess, situation? Well, it's not a situation. Can you tell me the
first letter of his name or else his birthday?
R.
Okay. Is he a water sign?
Air.
Scorpio, Cancer, Pisces?
Aquarius.
Oh, okay. Well, it's watery. It's an air sign, but I'll take it. Aquariuses, they're not like us. They're not like anybody. Aquariuses are from a different planet. And it's funny because they're sort of, as my friend Elizabeth Grace, great astrologer, says, their motto is, I love you, but don't take it personally. I don't know. I'd like him to try a little harder. I just get the feeling that you're putting more into this than he is. And I don't know if it's because he's moved or because he's not out of a marriage or a long-term relationship yet, but I think he could do more. And you could always ask for more. But I'm a woman. Absolutely. I don't like to. I just expect the guy to know.
So did you say that he is in like another situation or another connection?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Well, I think he got out of a long-term relationship or marriage, not within the last year, it feels like. And I do think he's not completely over that situation. I'm sorry. I just get the feeling he's not being as he's not trying as hard as I'd like to see. But you're not me. I like men to. I don't remember. It's been so long since I had a boyfriend. But I don't know. I will say that whatever is happening right now, and the circumstances did make things difficult. I'm absolutely with you in that. But whatever's happening, somebody's coming along around your birthday, maybe 3 days after. I'm going to get that specific. And I think that's going to make up your mind for you. So stay in this as long as you want. Use it to figure out what you want and what doesn't work for you. But I really think somebody's coming along who's just like, oh, like that. Except maybe not a soprano. I do.
Okay.
Anything else? Is work going okay?
No. Well,
Yeah.
I have a few new things that I'm working on, like building online communities in my field, in the creative field, and day trading, and just learning day trading. So just different things, all digital.
Oh, that's great. I want to be part of your online community. Are you is it and Kenny, I'll be with you in 1 minute. I love my callers today. Thank you, love. Is it something sort of both science and arts, if that makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. Damn, I'm good. I want to join. Anyway, so just let me know how you are. I'm out of time with you, but just get in touch with me, Perry Lyons on Facebook, PERILYONS. I just forgot how to spell my name. I've got a couple more things I want to say to you, but and that's it.
Okay.
So
thank you so much.
I hope that helps.
So TERI, 1R?
Yeah. P is in pneumonia. PERI.
Oh.
And then my last name is Lyons. LYONS.
Okay.
Woohoo.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, love.
Everyone.
I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Okay.
Kenny. Talk to me, Kenny. What's going on? Oh, Jenny.
Hi, how
you
are
typed
you?
Kenny.
Jenny.
These are like my two favorite names. I love the name Jenny and I love the name Kim. How are you, Miss Jen?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Nice to see you or hear from you. Okay. I really like your energy too. Okay, so here's what I'm going to ask. I like to connect people through their birthdays. So, can you tell me what your birthday is, please?
Yes, sir. July 15th.
Oh, cool. A lot of summer babies this time around. Oh, you're a
Cancer.
Jenny, are you still there? Jenny?
No. Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. This is really, I apologize. My phone just decided it was done. But it's been a weird day that way because my Alexa started talking to me without, anyway. So where were we? Your birthday, you're a Cancer. Yay. How can I help you?
Yes.
Thank you for being so patient.
Yes, ma'am. Anything you could come up with.
Okay. Let me see what I'm getting. Feels like, do you mind if I ask what year? I want to see if I'm right about
77.
something. 77?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you're just a baby. I have shoes older than you. Okay. I feel like I wouldn't normally ask, but I was a little flustered from all that happening. I feel like you're either married or in a long-term relationship. Is that right?
Neither.
Really? Gosh, I did get flustered. Hold on. Breathe with me. We'll do it together. Good. Oh, there you are. Oh, you're very sensitive and artistic. Oh, you're such a Cancer.
Yep.
I love Cancers. They, that whole thing of like they can be a little grumpy on the outside sometimes because they're so soft and sweet and delicious on the inside, like crabs. Anyway, oh, you're good. Boy, you're natural. You're a born teacher. I don't think you're doing that right now, but you're very, very good at teaching people things. You're very patient. This is easier if you just toss a question at me. It can be like, as long as it's not calculus or geography. So I'll answer, but I'll be wrong. So
as far as like loved ones around.
Oh, mediumship. Cool. Yeah. Did your mom pass early?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, there's some. Okay, I'm taking a deep breath. I'm fixing the camera. We're gonna do that. And let's see who's here for you. Jenny. Who's that over there? It's funny when I do like a general who's here for this person thing. It's usually people who come through first are almost never like the parent or the people you'd expect. It's like the great aunt at the back of the room who'd been waiting for a chance for somebody, to get through. I actually do feel that the person I first got, who's an older lady, I'm an older lady. Did your mother have a sister who passed? You have an aunt?
No. My grandma, maybe. That's probably who.
Oh, yeah,
is.
That would make sense. Great. Oh, she's adorable, though. I really like her. I also feel like you have, I hate to say this, either a brother or somebody who's sort of brother-like on the other side. Well, not on the other side. He's in the living room right now. He's kind of tall. They present at both the age they passed at and at 30, so sometimes it gets a little, I don't know who this guy is. Pretty sure he's either relative. Who is around you past a little younger who's a guy who is, God, I think he might have died in a car accident, motorcycle accident. Okay, is that ringing any bells?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll keep going. I don't know who you are, but, pull up a chair. You can't stick around, though. Not you, him. I've got your mother's mother, and I've got they're very different. And your father's mother, I think your father's on the other side, too. Tell you what, give me a name or two, because I'm not very good with vague, because I'm a Pisces, and So, can you give me a name or somebody you want to talk to?
Either Tyrone or Ray.
What's that?
Either Ray or R-A-Y, Ray.
Oh, Ray. And who is the first one? Is that Tyrone?
Yes, ma'am.
They know each other? Huh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm getting two guys here. One has a lot of swag. He's like, like that. The other's more serious. One is shorter, one is taller. Do they know each other? One is
probably went to school together.
What's that?
Yeah, I think they went to school together.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, because they're about the same age. And it feels like one passed of semi-natural causes and one passed accidentally.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
Hold on. And you had one of them. Okay, there's a catchphrase with one of them, like, it's not like, how you doing, Toots? But one of them, I think it's Ray, is more playful and more sort of mock flirtatious with you. And would, what's that? And would call you. What? No? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I don't think he said Toots, but I wouldn't be surprised if he called you doll or babe or something sort of 1940s. Hey, babe. The other is more serious. I think the taller one was in love with you. I'm very sorry for they passed because they're adorable. One of them has been trying to get to you to tell you something. Which one is it? The other one's more serious. That's Tyrone, right?
No, opposite. Yes, you're right.
Sir, you're going to speak up. What?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. He's more serious. I think he was in love with you. I'm not sure if I'm right, but
yes.
Sorry, my producer's trying to say something. 30 seconds. Okay. Well, they're both here. One's flirtatious, one's serious. One was in love with you. One just adores you, but kind of not in that way. And they both say, okay. One of them is telling you to go to, wants you to find some unclaimed funds. And the other one is telling you to go outside and have more fun. You're being too serious. Do you guys like ride bikes or something together? Skates? He's a lot more outsidey. Yeah. And the other one is telling you not to, something you're worrying about that he's telling you not to worry about. It feels like it's financial and who isn't? But that's going to be fine, and it's going to be fine within 2 weeks.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Mystic B Spiritual Insights, hosted by Anna Marie. Live from mystic-b.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Mystic B Spiritual Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cosmic friends. Welcome to Mystic B Spiritual Insights. For those of you that have met me before, thanks again for joining. For those of you that are tuning in for the first time, my name is Anna Marie. I'm your host each week. Whether you're tuning in via live stream or podcast, I'm delighted that you're here. My hope is that the world is treating everyone kindly, and if by chance that's not the case, just know you're not alone and people care about you. So keep going, and just know that we're glad that you're here. I am not sure that I've actually expressed this up to this point. So I just want to make it clear, if you are ever wondering what I really love about doing this each week, is it's really that I'm blessed to have a chance to help someone in some way. I firmly believe that everyone has unique gifts. We all have a purpose, and I just take great joy in helping others. I know what it's like to feel lonely and isolated and uncertain, and anything that I can do to just help uplift other human beings means a lot to me. So I may be in this space trying to offer some messages that bring some clarity and encouragement, but I also want to help you find ways to just trust and tune in to your own inner wisdom. We all have intuition. We all have gifts. It's really just a matter of learning how to trust and listen to the messages that you're receiving. So that means believing things that you can't see, and often things you really don't have the comprehension to understand or try to explain to others. I've had to reconcile all of that for myself, but just know that keeping an open mind is really powerful. It means also learning different ways that you may get information. Some of us that deliver insights and messages to all of you, we receive pictures. Some people will hear things. Some of us just feel things, or we may just know information without understanding why we know information. But most importantly, it's really knowing that it's going to take faith, it takes courage, it takes time, and you really need to know that your gifts are meant to be shared to help others. So that's why we're here. So if you would like to develop your intuition further, feel free to send me a message on Facebook. I have all sorts of tips and free tools that I'd be happy to share. I do have some of them that I've posted historically on my Facebook page, but don't ever hesitate to reach out. I love to empower others to develop their own gifts, and just let me know. For this show, however, we want to use our gifts together and raise our vibrations to the highest level so we can find some insights, not just to share with live callers, but even just people listening in. There's always some sort of message that we can glean in what someone else is going through. And I'm learning from all of you at the same time. So let's raise our vibrations and let's get some messages going. Looks like we have Jenna from New Jersey joining us. Jenna, do I have you on the line?
Yes, this actually Tony. Jenna had put in for me to get a reading. So
well, hi, Tony. I promised not to call you Jenna, but that was very nice of her.
Okay.
I'm really glad that you're here. I like to ask if people have a particular topic that they want to focus in on, or if you would like a general reading. Do you have a sense of what I can do to help you?
Well, one thing I needed to ask was, like, I've been looking for a place to live, and I want to see if anytime soon I might be able to find a place. It hasn't been easy. And that's pretty much like a lot that's on my mind, and to make sure my wife's health is going to be good. She's going through a couple things. My health.
So let me see what I can plug into here. So I think first and foremost, and Tony, I don't want to dismiss your specific questions. So I want to make sure I've got those. So we want, basically the housing is a big deal, and things looking up for your wife's health, and really some positive changes. Is that what I'm understanding? Those are sort of the topics that you want to drill in on?
Yeah.
Okay, so before I get to that, I feel like sometimes there's other messages that we're also meant to receive. So before I get to those details, I'm getting a little bit of other energy for you. Do you mind if I share some of that energy first?
No, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
Great. So I'm not sure if it's a mother that has passed or a grandmother that has passed, but I'm actually getting sort of grandmother like energy, someone that's passed away. Do you have a mother that's passed in the past year or so?
Yes, my mom has passed.
Okay.
My mom passed.
I just feel like I'm getting that energy first. Okay. So, and we all get goosebumps, but I get the chills when I'm if I'm on target and I'm supposed to cover that first. So I feel like your mother is a woman of faith. And I feel like there's a message from your mother that you've got to lean on your faith, even if you're not a religious person. I think she shared some things with you and taught you some things as you were growing up. She really wants you to embrace your faith during this time. Does this make sense for you?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. I also feel like she wants you to know that she's calling you out as I'm hearing you're the baby boy. I don't know if you were the youngest child or there's something special about you, but there was something about you being the center of attention and you were kind of like the star, the baby boy in her eyes. Does that from whomever her primary doctor has been up to this point? But I feel like a lot of it can just be maintained. That's true. Okay.
Yes, I will.
Okay. That's exciting. I'm excited for you. As far as your wife's health, so I sort of have strange spiritual agreements with my spirit energies and friends, wherever they might be. And so I don't typically hone in on things like death and health and all of that. Obviously, I'm not a physician. I can't offer medical advice. But here's what I would say. I feel like your wife's health, it feels like it's sort of been off and on. There's energetically, it feels like it sort of comes and goes. So I don't know if she has some immune issue or if it's just something that has not been quite identified yet. But I feel like it happens in waves. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like, and again, not a medical doctor here, but my energy says there is something related to her diet that she can do to feel better. It does feel like it feels like there's just a chronic issue that may just continue, but that she can manage and maintain it through diet. I would just really encourage her. I feel like she doesn't like her doctor. I don't know who's pissed her off, but I feel like she's not happy with some sort of doctor. And even if she doesn't like the personality of a doctor that she's been interacting with, I feel like he's knowledgeable and he has the right information so she can find some relief. And just remember also that if medical insurance or coverage is an issue, they can't refuse to see her. Okay. So I think she just needs to be open-minded and taking some of the recommendations from whomever her primary doctor has been up to this point. But I feel like a lot of it can just be maintained and improved through her diet. And so I feel inflammation. I feel like there's some arthritis or chronic immune sort of thing that has a lot to do with the consumption of certain ingredients. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. I know it's kind of weird how this stuff works, isn't it, Tony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's offering you some encouragement.
You seem to be on, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said you seem to be on target with what you're saying, you know?
Good. I just want to make sure, obviously, that not just that I'm offering you some encouragement and hope, but obviously I want this to be candid and accurate and clear for you. But I'm excited about your opportunity for new employment. I really think that this is the doorway. So again, I want you to follow up on that. I'm guessing, is Jenna your wife?
Yes.
Okay. So you can tell Jenna I said hello, and that was really nice of her to get you plugged in this evening. But I also want to make sure that, she just stays open-minded with whomever her primary doctor or caregiver is, so she can find some relief. It just feels kind of chronic to me, but I think it will improve. I think it's just about her diet. And either one of you, if you feel like there's some other insights that Jenna would like for herself personally, you can always plug back in next week. You can reach out on my Facebook page, or send me a message, and I'd be happy to expand further and see if there's anything else that I get.
Okay.
Are there any other thoughts or questions that you might have that I can help with, or were we able to cover a couple of things for you?
No, I think we were able to cover.
Great. So just remember, you get out there and put your best foot forward with that opportunity. I'm going to wish you and Jenna the very best in your fresh start. I really feel like this is a great new beginning, and I hope you keep us updated on the new developments.
I will. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, Tony, take care. So how nice is that to have a partner that is looking out for you and open to getting you plugged in with someone on this network, hoping that you can get some insights and encouragement. So good job, Jenna. We love that support that you provide to Tony, and I truly wish you the very best. I do have a couple of other brief messages. They're kind of mini messages. For some folks that know this, I do meditate before the show. Sometimes I get lots of downloads of individual messages. Sometimes I don't. I just have a couple of quick things before we get to our next caller. So one, I'm just supposed to tell someone congratulations on the wedding. I also get the name Joni. So I'm not sure if Joni is tied to the wedding, or if it's Joni's wedding, or if Joni is passing along some congratulations, maybe that are overdue. But I feel like the wedding has already happened, and there are some congratulations that need to be extended. And I do get the name Joni. I also get sort of a general message for all of us is to embrace the in-between. And whatever that means for you, just let it resonate. Take it wherever it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, you can kind of let it go. But I think for me, it's sort of these moments. So Jenna and Tony, right? Maybe their in between is going from one stage of life to another, or one home to another. Or maybe it is a transition in your health. Could be something in your health, could be something in a relationship, could be your profession, education. It can also be things like this. And this is how I took it for myself tonight. Even just doing these shows each week, I have to be receptive to getting information that doesn't always make sense. So it often takes courage to share these messages. I'm human, I'm imperfect, I'm not always going to be accurate or right. So for me, that message was embrace the in-between. So even in moments where I just don't know, I have to settle in on my face and embrace that in-between. So I hope there's something in that message that comes through for all of you. But it looks like we have Judy from St. Louis, Missouri, that is also calling in. Judy, are you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you tonight?
Good. I was going to ask you the same thing. Isn't that funny? How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you. Even better now that you answered my call.
Oh, well, we have great people at the A1R Psychic Network, and they do really great job of just getting everyone from the list and getting everyone called back and connecting you through. So we're glad that you're here, Judy. I want to make good use of our time because I know it's short. I will just say, once upon a time, I lived not so far away. I was in Chesterfield for a while until I realized how much I did not like the colds. And then I had to leave.
Yeah.
But,
I don't blame you.
So I know you're probably dealing with a little bit of cold there, but I'm so glad that you're on the call. Thank you so much. Would you like a general reading, or is there a specific topic that you want to tune into?
I think a general reading, what you think the spirits want me to know right now.
Okay. Can I just tell you, I just feel your excitement. So I don't know what is new. I mean, I feel like you're just a positive person overall, but I don't know what is new, but I feel like you have good news that you've received recently. Is that the case?
Maybe.
And if it's not, it's okay. Maybe if you haven't received the good news, maybe that's where I'm picking up. You're going to get some good news, but I feel excited for you. I feel the excitement from you. But so you have not received any recent news in the last few days of something exciting?
I think I'm finally deciding that it's time to walk away from the marriage, and that makes me excited.
Okay. That's a big thing.
So that's probably what you're feeling. And I'm excited to be on the phone with you.
Okay. Well, that's great. Well, walking away, endings are always new beginnings. And so maybe the excitement that I'm feeling from you is that new beginning energy. So here's what I would say. And I know I do like things to happen organically. So you just kind of led me into the relationship front, but I'm going to just call out the energy that I receive. We'll go from there. And then if you want to talk more about relationship stuff, we can certainly do that in the few minutes we have. Okay. So big picture is this. I do feel you standing up for yourself. I feel like if you didn't stand up for yourself or advocate for yourself, someone was going to take you down, okay? Energetically, emotionally. So if you have arrived at a conclusion, at the very least, no matter what the status of relationships, marriage, professional endeavors, just know it's really important that you stand your ground and you not let other people take you down. So this is akin to the person jumping in the pool, trying to save the drowning victim, and the drowning victim drowns the rescuer. Does this make sense for you?
Totally, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I feel like if you stay in the situation that you've been in, you will be drowned. You will be taken under. So I feel like no matter what the stance is that you have now, you are absolutely certain that you must stand up for yourself, prioritize yourself, take care of that, whatever that means for you. I also feel like you are just not sure what's in front of you. So even though I'm getting the excitement from you, I feel like it's all a mystery. So it's kind of like, well, what will this be, or what will that be? But what's interesting is I don't think you're really worried. I think you're curious about what will unfold and what will happen, but I don't feel you concerned. And that to me just feels like you're strong, confident, capable, and you're a woman of faith. Does this make sense for you?
Yes, very so.
Okay. Yeah. I also feel like there's some scenario that you're in right now, and this might be some more of that excitement energy that I have, where you are actually the center of attention. And so this is going to sound kind of strange, and I don't want it to be disrespectful. I can only share it how I'm getting it. I almost feel like you've had a makeover, or you've lost weight, or you've done something with your hair. It just feels like you're getting a lot of attention now that you didn't used to get. Does this make sense for you?
I have been losing weight, and I'm getting my hair done tomorrow, so maybe that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because I do. I just feel like physically you have changed, and it feels, it's almost kind of the butterfly coming out of the cocoon to me, but you have eyes on you. So I think you're also attracting more attention, and not just compliments from friends or family or coworkers, but I think you're actually catching the attention of potential suitors, which I think is also good for your spirits and confidence as you move forward. Does this make sense?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Let me see. Because you were asking about general, I'm just going to see if there's a couple other things that are coming up. So I'm going to say this is my kind of contemplating the professional business path. So I don't know if you work or what your employment or business or professional status is, but I feel you looking out and examining some other options. So I feel like you could continue on the path that you are and be successful, but I am getting a sense that you want something more. I feel an entrepreneurial energy, thinking of just doing something or going out on your own. Does this make sense for you?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. Just again, exploring your options, because I feel like you could stay the course, but there's something in the wings that feels entrepreneurial that you have in your view. I don't know if it's a serious option, because like I said, I see you unclear about the future. So when I talk about these other options, just know you have multiple options financially, professionally, and business-wise, and they're all positive. So you can't make a wrong decision in whatever you decide to do on that side of things. Okay. I also feel like you have a lot of luck on your side. So kind of just in closing comments, I just want you to just not just have faith, but know that you have the gift of manifestation. There is luck on your side and everything is going to work out. Does that help?
Okay. It was wonderful. Yes.
I hope you tune in again next week, Judy. You seem delightful. I wish you the best, whether in a marriage or out of marriage. Nothing's going to take you down.
Thank you so much.
All right. You take care.
All right. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks, everyone, for spending time with me again this week and just being part of this wonderful community. Remember, if you didn't get through today, don't worry. You can always connect with other psychics in the network. You can come back next week. You can also book private session on the Mystic Bee website, or just reach out on Facebook and my Mystic Bee page. Just remember, you too are intuitive. You are powerful, you're intuitive, and you are supported, not just by me, by everyone at A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. We thank you for tuning in and sharing our shows every week. Please trust yourself. Take the next step as you go into the month of Aries and the new moon, and just know that I'm sending you lots of love and light. Take good care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Mystic Medicine with Dr. Nikisha Faye.
Dr. Nikisha Faye.
Live from drnikki.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Mystic Medicine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hilarious. Thank you. Hello. Hey, everybody. Hopefully this line's coming through okay. I'm Dr. Nikisha Faye, coming to you live from the beautiful Peru. So I've just been traveling to Mexico with a beautiful group of women, and now over in Peru. And so I'm very excited to come to you from the Andean mountains, and, you know, all of the wonderful energies that are here and present for us. So, I'm just waiting for callers to come in. I'm a little bit fuzzy headed because we've just arrived here, and if anyone's been in these altitudes before, I've been battling a little bit of nausea and dizziness and all of the things. I'm having all of the teas and that sort of thing. I'm fine, but just not as sharp as usual. But once we get channeling with the higher realms, everything will be beautiful, and in the highest and best for the beautiful people who are able to get through this evening. I'm looking forward to sharing something that will be able to support you on your journey ahead. All right. Let's tune into the collective. Let's tune into the collective energy. So for the people who are listening to this at this time, I'm feeling a level of stress. Actually, it feels like what happens when I sense stress in people is that there's like a distortion of energy that's happening around. And I know that's probably a lot of the collective a lot of the time. And, you know, if you listen to some of my earlier shows, I shared about how we can calm the nervous system with the breath. And it really can be as simple as slowing down your breath. You know, when they say count to 10, count 10 breath counts, it literally moves mountains, because what happens is when we tune into our breath and we start following the breath, not just counting the breath, but feeling your breath and following your breath, that it stops the mind creating more reasons to stress. And so just breathing into that, if anyone who's listening to this or listens back on the recording is feeling stressed, it's a really beautiful, simple technique that you can use to help to calm your nervous system, is really just feeling into your breath and follow your breath for 10 counts, slowing it down, noticing how it feels, and you'll literally feel your energy shift while you stay connected to your beautiful breath. All right, so we have Jade in Alberta. Hello, Jade, are you there?
I am. How are you? Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm good. Getting used to altitude. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you have something you'd like to bring forward today?
Whatever the spirit realm wants for me.
Cool. All right. So just give me a moment while I tune into your energy. And so what I'm being interestingly directed into is your navel, your belly button. And so the belly button is that connection, but what they're giving me an awareness of is your connection to the universe. And so why it feels that it's coming forward is that you know that you have a connection to something greater than yourself, but it feels like there has been like some, not severing's a bit of a severe word, but what I'm seeing is the cord, your umbilical cord into the universe. It's opening into the universe, but it's like got like pieces missing out of it. And it feels like the pieces missing out of it are related to your disbelief. So your disbelief that you are actually connected to the greater reality, to the universe. And it feels like there's some stories around maybe not being worthy in a way, like maybe feeling like you're not deserving of the grace that is here in support of you. Can you resonate with that? Yeah, sorry. I think we've just lost her there for a minute. We're just trying to get Jade back on the line. Yeah, there's a slight delay here. I'm up in the mountains. There's probably something going on with this interconnection. I'm not quite sure what's happening there. But, one thing that to know, if you do listen into these types of transmissions, that there is often a lot of interconnection between us as a collective. And so even though a reading might be for somebody else, it may be relevant to you as well. And so if you're feeling irrelevant, then it is here for you too. All right, Jade, did we get you back again?
Hi.
Are you there?
Yes, and the connection sounds so much better this time.
Ah, okay, yes, very good.
Okay.
Cool. So did you catch that? What I was sharing?
Some of it, yes. So I've just recently stepped into my soul's purpose. I'm a healer for people that want to heal their soul. I've done a lot of lineage healing. And of course, the more I'm stepping into this, the more my gifts are coming to me. I'm becoming more of a vessel for the divine channeled messages. And yeah, there's still that ego part of me that says, wow, how can I be worthy? So there is a little bit of that with each message and a session that I do. I'm getting so much confirmation back that is starting to, the belief is starting to really settle in with my soul.
Yeah, beautiful.
Hello?
And, it really feels like why this has come forward for you is for you to know that you are fully supported in this. It's not just about you and what you think you're capable of. It will become easier for you as you allow yourself to know yourself as the divinity that you already are. It is already who you be. It's not something that you're trying to become as such. It's about moving through the illusion of the old world, the illusion of the faulty programming that has us believe that we're less than, which isn't true. And so the more you allow yourself to transcend those old limiting beliefs, the more that will be available for you to be able to support your clients with.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so a beautiful way. So a beautiful way to do that is to connect in with your inner light. You probably do that already. Do you have ways that you connect in with your divinity?
Oh, very, very much so. During my own healing journey, I was directed to create a sacred spiral, which was all about what I thought was my own healing. But I think what I've done is I've created a portal for collective healing for who's ever drawn to my energy. That this, what I've created, was not really meant for me. I needed to do it for me, but only so that I could totally open up to my divine self, to give the message that our divine creator wants everybody to have.
Yeah, 100%. And, this is the beauty of this earth work that we're here to bring through, is that awareness that we're already that, but the awareness too that it is for everybody, because we are a collective. Like any bit of work that we do on our own faulty programs helps to loosen the bind of that faulty program within the entire collective. And so keep going. You're doing amazingly.
I have a lot of people say, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yes, cool. All right. Thanks, Jade. Keep up your beautiful work. And, anybody else too who is doing, work for the collective, work to, for us to remember that we're not the problems, we're not the struggles, we're not the old world in that way. Keep going, keep going. Everybody is such an important part of this puzzle as we bring this new earth into creation. So good. All right. We have Osha. Is it? Oh, yeah, Osha, sorry.
Osha.
It's my accent. I always blame my accent when I mispronounce things. It's an Aussie thing. Osha, how are you?
Good. Yeah. Excited
Was there something that you wanted to bring forward?
I was going to type earlier that I feel stagnant, and and then I remember, well, you're choosing to feel stagnant, so just working out of that and I used to know my place, and I feel like I'm waiting on something, but I don't know why I'm waiting.
Yeah. All right. So when you tune into that, where can you feel it? Anywhere in your body?
Yeah, mostly where, like in my hips, where in my lower back.
Yeah. And so when you tune into that a little more, what's deep in that for you?
Not moving enough.
Yeah. Yeah. And it feels like in lots of different ways.
Right.
And in that movement, what will happen is it will help to bring that energy of momentum. And then once you start with that energy of momentum, the path in front of you will be illuminated, but it needs momentum. Is there something that you... Sorry, you go.
Oh, no, it's just like momentum, like, you know, a solar battery charging, or, you know, it has to, there has to be something that's charging it to.
Yeah, so what brings you joy?
Doing what you're doing for people right now. That's brought me joy for over 50 years.
What is there a barrier, or what's there? I could kind of tell, because usually I read and it was like, no, it was for me to ask you to read because you know the answer to this. That's why I'm not telling you, because you know the answer.
I was on the West Coast for a really, really long time. Helping people.
Yeah.
Sharing,
and so is
expanding, and
yeah.
I've I just feel like I've been hermiting too long. Like I got into this hermit stage and I'm ready to be out of it. Kind of like the Kali Yuga or whatever just ended. And so I'm in this.
So momentum. So is there any way that can help you to kind of feel that spark, something that's going to help you to start to get that momentum? Because at the moment it's the energy of stagnation that's kind of created. It's almost like a chrysalis around you.
Right.
And it's making it heavy and difficult to move forward. And so to be able to find something that ignites you, so something that would really help you, anything at all. That's why I picked joy, because joy is always like people will be like, oh, I love to go to the beach, or I love to go dancing, or, whatever it is.
I'm having a drumming
for you that could help to ignite.
Yeah, I'm hosting a drumming thing on Friday. So, hopefully people show up. It's the first one, so.
Yes.
We'll see.
And you know what? Let go of the worry. And you're doing the drumming circle because it will light up your soul, correct?
Yeah.
And so hold that. You're doing the drumming circle because it will light up your soul, and you want to share that light with others. And this is the magnetic. This is what people come for, that energy, not the energy of, oh, I hope it works, or maybe it won't work, maybe it won't be any good. So just mind your mind when you're bringing this into creation. Really mind your mind about it. Come back to your intention. What's your true soul intention of why you're having this drumming circle? And hold that. Hold that the whole way. And people will turn up. even if it's last minute. Don't close the door on it. Do it because that's what your heart desires. And people will come. It's like the leap of faith.
Right. Yep. Well, thanks for the reminders. And, I agree with you. We are
everything.
We are in this collective rebirthing, creating, birthing with each other, and I just encourage everyone to open their hearts and let the vibration of that intertwine with all the other hearts that are out there to bring about heart change and true love.
Totally. And this is the key. This is like the eye of the needle. We can let go of all the old stories and all of the old rubbish and recognize that next level creation is creating with our beautiful hearts.
Yep. That's what music
so
does.
good.
It intertwines.
I love that.
Yeah. The music intertwines
and it's literally sorry.
Yeah, like our hearts, it's just it's the vibration, and I'm just encouraging everyone to touch hearts. And I appreciate your time and energy, and that you have this platform for people to remind them into remembering.
Totally. And this is it now, where we're at this precipice. It's like this point in time that has been theorized about for decades, and it's like it's now. The wait's over. It's now. It's now, and the offer is for us to create differently, to recognize when we're falling into the old limitations of the old world. Those limitations about, is it good enough? Will people like it? Am I worth it? All of those, just the old stories, like we all have them. And it's time to just realize that that's old. It's old information. We don't need that anymore. In fact, it's keeping us plugged into the old world. And so it's really about that, really allowing ourselves to let go of that and lead with our hearts no matter what. It doesn't matter about who's going to show up, what's going to show up, what's going to happen, blah, 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 blah. It's like when we lead with our hearts, with trust and faith, the magic happens.
And there's so much telepathy happening right now as well. So that's really also important.
Yeah, definitely.
Is to be able to speak directly from the heart with the eyes. So,
yeah. And it's just such a beautiful example. I've just turned up to Peru, and I'm sitting here, and I said to Dave, the beautiful man who looks after these shows, I said to him, look, I'll just take callers, because usually I do a wisdom chat, and it was like, no, look, I'll just take callers and just be open. And both of you beautiful women who turned up are doing this level of work, and so we're having this beautiful high-level conversation that, is going to benefit so many other people who are doing this work as well, who are going to tune into this transmission. So thank you for calling in. I love how it all aligns. So good.
Yeah, and bless you in Peru. So, yeah. I used to, I lived on a mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, I lived on a mountain, and I used to gather energy, and I could throw it around the earth. And when I throw it around the earth, little sparklers would go off and touch people's lives as it went around the earth. And it took about 2.5 minutes to complete a cycle. So
Amazing.
All of that is.
Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the beautiful collective healing, because it's all important. And we're all playing such an important role. Even those of us who don't think we're getting anywhere so far, we really are. It's like every intention is sending out ripples in every moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I appreciate.
So good. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck with your drumming circle. It's going to be amazing. I know it.
Yeah. All the deliciousness is always in the detail in Peru.
Yeah. I can't wait. I've just arrived. I'm just navigating the altitude at the moment. So I'm floating.
Mm-hmm.
But that's nothing new anyway for me, so I'm doing all right. All right, beautiful soul.
Thank you.
I think
blessings.
We've just got one more minute left. I'm getting the wrap it up. But all the best, and thank you all. Have a beautiful time. Take care. Yay! If anybody else is on, call in next week. Love to have a chat. I always love to hear about all the beautiful work that everybody is doing around the world to really bring through this collective ascension. So keep up the good work, everybody. Go Team Rocket. We've got this. I love you all. Have the most amazing week ahead. Sending you all lots of love. Let's all finish with tuning into our heart space. If you breathe into your beautiful heart space, we're just going to create a beautiful blanket of heart energy to cover the world. For anybody else who would like to attune into that, please do. And we'll leave this beautiful blanket of unconditional love for all. Take care. We'll see you again soon.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to talk about the astrology and cosmic weather over the next 10 days or so, and it is quite a doozy, if I must say. There's a lot going on, and it's reminders certainly to delve into our personal comforts, our personal luxuries, our personal places that we find comfort in, for sure. Before I begin, welcome. And I am in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I am a psychic medium, artist, grandmother. I'm many things to many people. And I will say this, I have an art show coming up. It's on May 14th, Wednesday, May 14th at 5 p.m. In St. Boniface. You can go to my website if you are interested. I'm releasing an oracle deck I have channeled 44 paintings over the last 2 years, this project, and I wrote messages for them and created this oracle deck, and it really came together in a very organic process. So it wasn't planned out. It just kind of happened that way. And it really kicked off a much bigger piece for me. And I've discovered as I've been painting, I've been channeling a lot with painting, and I've had these really kind of crazy instances this last, maybe year. I realized I'm channeling a lot. I paint a lot of people I don't know. They're not scenery and ducks and things I like unusual. I don't know. I paint out of my mind and of my imagination. And I've had about 6 different instances in the last 6 months that they turned out to be people I haven't met yet. And I thought that, and I kid you not, and in weird ways. And when I do medium work, I tune inward to the voice and impressions showing me things, telling me things. When I'm painting, it's very intensely so for hours. And until I feel like I'm at a place where the painting is done. And I do have these paintings not on my website so much, but I do have them on my personal Facebook. And I've had people come in for sessions, and it turns out to be their lost loved one. And this has been pretty profound for me, I have to say. Because my whole life as a medium, learning that skill, because I don't know that I knew I was a medium my whole life. I feel like it was organic and evolved. I realized I'm painting people, what I'm seeing in my mind, and lo and behold, and I even up to like 2 days ago, I had somebody come forward with a particular painting, and the painting was called Forgiveness. And in my mind, when I was painting that, I knew the man in the painting had died through his own action. And it was an interesting piece because as the person who's claiming the painting coming forward, it really brought me to a place of recognizing and grateful and gratitude that spirit is everywhere all the time. And sometimes we feel really disconnected to our loved ones. They're there, and they can come in on a butterfly's wing. They can come in on a musical note. They can come in on a fragrance, on the wind, on the walk to work. So there's lots of different ways. And so I've always been able to want to paint what's in my head when I say, oh, he looks like this. Now I'm like painting it. So it's kind of an interesting piece. And I am having sessions like this now. I'm sort of integrating it a little bit, and that you can book a session with me around that if you like. More to come on that. Okay, let's get started. I just had to share that with you because it was really profound. It kind of shook me a little bit, this painting. And I wish I had it. I just hold it up and show it too, but shoot. Okay, missed opportunity. Let's get into it, folks. Thanks for hanging in there. You can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. I'm on. Don't find me on social media. Anything you need to know about me really is actually on my website. Just go there. I will never reach out to you on any social media platform. You won't. I won't message or tell you need readings. You gotta pick me. You gotta call. I have a phone number actually. You gotta call or text the phone number because I'm old school that way. Anyway, let's get started. You ready, folks? Okay, we're gonna start with just a bit of the astrological overview, and then I'm gonna get into a message with each of the signs. And so we now have the sun in Taurus. Happy birthday, our little Tauruses. It's a reminder for all of us that keep steady on your journey right now, folks, and really ground yourself. Take care of practical tasks, to-do lists, concerns. This would be a great time to fix up your home a little bit, maybe rearrange your furniture, get a fresh plant or something. You could even be starting your seeds or getting, thoughts around your garden. This is a really good time to start looking at some of that commitment stuff, that the sun in that will ignite action, will ignite ideas, will sort of fire you up around some of that. And I feel like it's a good time to really reflect on upcoming commitments, things that you might be signing, you may be committing to, you could be coming on to. And this is even a really great time to form a habit. And so if you're like feeling pretty committed to, your 10,000 steps a day or whatever that is, now's the time, folks. Little Taurus and Taurus's energy. And so we also have Mercury retrograde, and it's ending, and we're still in that kind of shadow. Yes, I know it's come to an end. There's not it kind of comes in as an arch and kind of leaves things kind of, if you can imagine, almost like an opposite domino effect. So as they've kind of toppled down with the Mercury retrograde, now they're coming back up. Takes a bit more work when they come back up, by the way. And so it's something that it's clarity, lots of moments of clarity, of periods of delay that, communications, planning, or decision-making that had been going on, things breaking out. Now breaking down, we finally get clarity around some of this, what might have the trigger been, what might have been going on, what was going on around that, how come it's, now you'll get some answers. And that's sometimes the tough part, to be honest with you, is, it was all going wrong because of A, B, and C. And so you might get some insight as Mercury goes direct and we start to feel that really that forward motion and communications, things coming up, got to take care of it, old details, things that you might have forgot. Hey, you could have a tax payday coming up, got to close out your taxes for the year or something like that. And then we've got the full moon in Scorpio, and that's a pretty intense full moon, and it's hidden emotions, secrets, or power dynamics. And that could be going on with people, social, friends, partners, things around you. What needs to be released is going to be brought to the surface. It is meant as a healing moon, and around being honest with yourself, your own shadow side. So the Scorpio moon won't let you off the hook. And so you could have some really deep emotional insight into relationships, your home, your body, your emotions that you're ready to release. You're like, you might have a vice that you're like, I need to get rid of it. And this would be a good time with that Taurus moon, Taurus sun, and the Scorpio full moon, really giving you that commitment and that intensity needed to really move something forward, And then we got Venus going into Taurus, so joining around values of things. And so with the sun and Venus, relationships could deepen, pleasures could deepen. It could be a very sexy time for a few folks out there. I feel like it's also a time of reconnecting, getting out into your neighborhood, your community. It could be a time of really connecting to your body, getting out and being physical, taking care of your body, whether you're adorning your body in new clothes or you're out there going for hikes. It's something that we're going to find that we're placing more value on our health, more so than maybe just our wealth. So there's going to be real focus for people in different ways around well-being, health, and all of that. Then we've got Mars, Venus's counterpart in Pisces, which is a much gentler action. It's, looking at compassion over conflict, driven by maybe, and we might be really driven into intuition, artistry, the psychic, the dreamy realms. I can feel a bit confusing, but it's really creative and healing. And we got that theme of healing kind of strung through this next 10 days of real opportunities for all of us to find that in some way and to channel and move it and ground it, whether it's artistically, whether it's physically, whether it's savings, making commitments, signing new leases, cleaning out your cupboards. Like this, it's going to feel like the next 10 days that we're preparing for action. And indeed, because when Mars hits that Aries time frame, it's joining a plethora of other planets that action. Moving forward this summer, very particularly for a lot of folks, this is going to be a busy summer of a lot of maybe short driving trips, lots of like buzzing around, lots of getting around. I feel like it's going to be kind of a hotbed of a bit of uncertainty for a bit, but sorting out, folks. All right, so let's get into each of the signs. We've got sun, moon, and rising. Again, your divine masculine, your divine feminine, and your ascendant. However you really identify with each of those. Your divine feminine is your home, your body, your emotions. The sun signs your divine masculine. That's kind of what you do out there in the world, friends, family, community, work, those types of things. And then your ascendant is your daily routines, how you kind of bring that across, if I give it in a nutshell. So Aries, the fog lifts. Boy, oh boy, Mercury direct in your, is going to reawaken you, your voice, your confidence. You're going to say what you mean and mean what you say. Look out, world. Here comes Aries. And a truth is going to come to light around the full moon and honor your transformation with this. This could be very much about how you handle things there, Aries, how you see it, how you handle it, how you deal with it. So remember that. And you're really stepping into some new energy, and you've got some pretty powerful planets dumping into your sign this year. You've got Neptune, you've got Saturn coming, really offering you some structures as we get closer to the end of the year there, my beautiful Aries. Tauruses, sun, moon, rising. Boy, Taurus, you got Venus and the sun. Ooh la la. This is really about stepping into your solar season of grace and power. Like, man, you guys are going to smell good, look good. I feel like this Scorpio full moon is going to bring relationships to a head, releasing old ones, and possibly having some dynamic spaces for new ones with real connection. And Venus is coming home to you to really help you get in tune with your home, your body, yourself, getting it springtime. Maybe you're like, love's in the air, I'm ready to step out. And if you're single and ready to mingle, this would be the time. If I would even say this would be the time if you were really wanting to change jobs or change where you live, like really, and if it's all very relational for you, like you might know everybody you work with. You could go into a completely different work environment, develop new relationships. So it's some big stuff for you guys. This next 7 to 10 days, you're going to get a taste of that. Gemini, sun, moon, rising. Mercury, as it stations and goes direct, your inner world is going to make sense again. So all of these weird signs and symbols and things you couldn't figure out, you're finally going to come to light with a lot of things, Gemini, where you're like, I get it now. Old friends, forgotten dreams, hidden wounds, maybe people from the past. Maybe there's a bunch of jerks from high school you run into, and they remind you, how well you're doing in your life and how you never want to go back there. And this is going to be a time where your energy and your mood is actually going to clear and pick up speed. And you're going to really find some energy in this, especially with the planet Uranus kind of joining that Mercury energy. Going to be some powerful stuff for you guys there, Geminis. Cancerians, sun, moon, rising. That Scorpio moon lights up your creative and romantic life. And, it's going to be about releasing emotional baggage and not carrying it into any new connections. If you're single or if you're just starting this new relationship, that you could be really be around, control issues, and that it could be old partners, old friends, old people, and I feel like this is a time for you to release that. I feel like this is a time where you might find real, community calling. You can find yourself volunteering. You can find yourself being included, tapped on the shoulder. You can find yourself very much reconnecting to communities and feeling a real sense of belonging that way. So it's going to be pretty good for you guys, little Cancerians. Leos, Leo, this is going to be around your career. It could be really picking up speed. You can come to a real major realization around your job, your career, your direction. You could find you have some buried ambitions that come to light, and you're like, wow, I really want to follow up with this. I didn't know I had this opportunity. Things in your personal life might have been a bit bumpy, and you might actually find that this is a bit of a distraction, that this is a bit of something that you could pour yourself into to distract yourself from your personal life. And it could feel quite freeing and very building your confidence, which is going to be great for you, Leos. And so this next 7 to 10 days, you're going to get a taste of how appreciated you are in your job or career. And it feels like good stuff. Virgos, sun, moon, rising, and you're being asked to trust what you can't see, taste, feel. Have faith, have trust. This Scorpio full moon is going to highlight your own limits, your own educational limits, your own spiritual limits. And you could have a shift in your faith. You could have a shift in the truth of things for you, how you see things in the big picture. You could have an epiphany or a moment with spirit, that spirit reminds you that you're not alone, reminds you that you are in the right path, reminds you of people you need to get rid of, and maybe people you need to reconnect with. And so this is going to be, I would pay attention to all the signs and symbols that come up, because I feel like you could be in for a real spiritual awakening. We know, I feel like anyone listening all knows how pleasant that always is, right? Keep smiling, Virgo. I tease a little bit. It could be profound. I'll say that. Libras, that full moon brings financial and energetic exchanges into focus. So what are you giving? What are you receiving? Is it reciprocal? Are you getting enough? Are your values there? Are you being valued? And especially with that Venus moving into Taurus, it's time to really anchor your value. That could be what you're healing. You could be healing your value, how you're valued, how people have valued you, how you've seen yourself in the past, how people have seen you in the past, and how you made it personalize that. And this is going to be a real time of healing for you. Hey, Scorpio lets no one off the hook. And it's really deep and transformative, because we have to understand we also have a very key transit with Pluto and with Mars, and it really around power and action, and for everybody. And although Pluto feels like the slower moving energy, it comes together with Mars, with Pluto's in Aquarius and Mars in Pisces, and it really brings us to logic and spiritual awakenings, and really coming in tune with our higher selves, our higher ascensions. This next 10 days really gives us opportunities to move forward on some personal blocks that we've all been experiencing. Like if you've been looking for work and you're like, I can't find work and I don't know what's going on, or I can't find a partner and I don't know what's going on, or I'm always broke and I don't know what's going on. Well, that's full moon in Scorpio is going to give us all some revelations around what that actually means for us, and highlight where we need to transform things. So everyone's sort of in that energy, and I'm not leaving Libras or Scorpio. Now I'm going to go to Scorpio, but not leaving anybody out of that, because Scorpio, man, you got that full moon in your sign, and you've also got Venus in Taurus joining the sun, and I just feel like it stirs your subconscious, and it's really making you think about your emotional needs, what no longer serves you. There's a huge evolution for you here. Standing in your own power, even if it means walking away, you're transforming. Don't resist the alchemy. Don't resist the transformation. It could shuttle some people out of your life and shuttle some new people in. You could have to suddenly make some decisions about where you live and where your business is, what you're doing, and it could come up in a bit of a flurry of things that were percolating back there in your head for a while, and now it's going to come up. And this full moon's really going to highlight where that is and what kind of commitments you need to make to get to what you want. How about that? And the values around that and how you're valued around that. So there's some big stuff for you guys. My little Scorpios, hang in there. Saggies, this is a time that you're going to be really looking at yourself, looking inward. You've also got all that that Mercury energy going forward. You're going to find the words to express yourself where you have felt stuck. You could find the words in conflicts that have felt never ending, or, sometimes could have felt a bit pointless or felt like they weren't getting anywhere. And you could finally get somewhere in some of these things, that maybe you're finally being heard or understood. You could find this as a really creative time for anybody who's a writer, writing, poetry, planning, school, education, writing papers. You could really find a flow of thought or idea, and that, you might even want to write down some of these ideas. This could be a really powerful time for you guys, Sagittarians, to be bubbling those ideas, those innovations, those new ways of looking at things, because I feel like as we get deeper into Gemini season in a few weeks, you're going to have lots of commitment and action and energy around those. And even with partner, this could be about both of you coming on board to take care or get on task with something. So it could be pretty exciting for little Sagittarians that way. Capricorns, sun, moon, rising, friendships, social circles, alliances, who's in, who's out. Don't hold on to people out of obligation. Make sure you guys are aligned and that you feel aligned with people, situations, communities, environments around you. This could be a time where the full moon brings clarity around who's in alignment, who's not in alignment, what situation, job, or work environment is or not. And that this is going to be a time that you won't take any fluffy talk, fluffy thoughts. This is going to be a time that collaborations and cooperations have to be deeply rooted in authenticity, or they have to be authentically aligned to who you are and where your plans are. Because the last 7 years, you guys are put through this crazy transit where you could have worked extra hard at everything and things felt very resistant. And now the final planet, which was Pluto, moved out of your sign. And this is a time for you to really find your power, your identity, who aligns with you. That could even include long-term social circles, friend circles, collaborations that you've had that you can now find you're stepping into a new way of working, living, being. You could be doing some deep soul searching around some of this. So some pretty big stuff for you guys, for your little Capricorns the next little while. Aquarius, sun, moon, rising, our little Aquarians. Career energy builds. This could be project endeavors, an educational career. If you're looking at going back to school, this is going to be where energy builds, where you might start to realize, this might be what I want to do. This might be something that I want to take on. This might be something I want to focus on. And that full moon is going to really shine the light on any personal endeavors, professional shifts, your public identity, any long desired sort of achievements. Mercury direct's going to help you express your ideas more clearly. You might be able to finally put words to some of your thoughts that have been happening for yourself, that you might have been deeply introspective and carrying this big weight in your head of all these ideas and creative things and things you want to get started on. And you're going to now find that you can maybe actually get started on them, that you might be able to look at them in a more realistic action light, and that they could actually be in alignment with what you do for volunteer, for work, for your day-to-day routines or your project or endeavors. But it really does have, I feel like, an opportunity for you to express yourself in a way that you're really quite pleased. You feel like you have value and productive. So if it's not a paid endeavor, it's something where it does certainly add to your productivity there, Aquarians. Pisces, sun, moon, rising. The water's clear. Mars in your sign gives energy. You could feel, it can feel a bit driven in your spiritual and your intuition. You could find yourself in dreamland for quite. You could be very motivated by interpreting your dreams, diving down to metaphysics, really looking at psychology, the psychological actions behind people, things. You could be analyzing all of these. You could be really deep into your own spiritual journey. You could have some pretty profound awakenings. And this full moon is going to really bring highlights around some of this in your belief systems, and who your teachers were, who your mentors were, where did this information come from? And this is going to be some pretty deep, reflective information for you guys over the next 7 to 10 days. That these little perks of things that are going to pop up will give you some bang for our buck. We're going to get deep insights into small what we think is serendipitous actions or coincidences, or even if you just think things are random, it's going to be some really profound insights for Pisces and for all of us, frankly, in different ways. And again, this is a time over the next 7 to 10 days that with this full moon in Scorpio is a deeply transformational one, even in terms of world or mundane events. That we've got this next, Canada here, we've got an election coming up. We've got deeply transformative ideas that are going to get put into actions, and it's going to really move from this idea, and this is what I like, this idea of divisiveness. I like that it's moving more into collaboration, building, grounding, unity. There could be lots of activity coming up and talk around any sort of, again, mining, earth energies, earthquakes, earth mining, earth ecosystems. All of these things are going to be topics of conversation around their values and how they play in for everybody. That this isn't just about real estate. There could be lots around housing. There could be lots around the markets and housing. They could be really trying to rebuild an economy on housing, and looking at all those things in the ground, on the ground, and transporting over the ground are going to be some big topics of conversation. We could see some interesting news stories over the next 7 to 10 days for sure. And so hopefully you join me each Tuesday. I'll be back next Tuesday to talk more astrology. And I look forward to seeing everybody. And if you want to RSVP to my art show, please RSVP. It'll fill very quickly. And we only have so many spots, and I would love to see people there. Go to my website if you want to know more information about my Oracle deck, which will be coming out soon, and you can get your pre-order in. I do look forward to seeing everybody again. You can have a great 7 days. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the very chilly city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to spend an hour looking through the magical window of the tarot. I missed the show last week. I feel like I should tell you why. Tell you what happened. I went to El Salvador. No, actually, I didn't go to El Salvador. Yeah. What happened was, as some of you may know, because I think I've talked about this, I have a thing I use for pain control. It's a patch, and it's a very minor pain control patch. It's not a big, heavy-duty thing, but it's a narcotic patch. And the last month, from March, the manufacturer didn't have the prescription strength I usually use. And I use a very weak one. And the only thing they had was stronger. It was twice as strong. So I spent last month kind of in a fog because I was really doped up. But this month, April, I got the right prescription. And it was great. I went back on that. But what I didn't expect is why I couldn't do the show. What happened was, it hit me with withdrawal because I was now back to half the amount. And it was just like all those cheesy 1950s movies, the man with the golden arm and all of that stuff. I went into classic narcotic withdrawal, and you didn't want to see that. Trust me, you didn't want to see that. So I did that in the privacy of my own home. And now everything is adjusted and balanced, and I'm back, and I'm ready to look through the tarot cards for you. I've got a lot of exciting new stuff happening. I've got a new newsletter, should be coming out in a day or so. Now, that's kind of odd to say it should be, because I'm the one doing it, and if I don't know, who does? But yes, it's a very special one because it's got a free, interesting little gift inside. So if you're not on my subscribers list, drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. And you can also find it at the website, which is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And it's easy to get my little newsletter. It's just a single sheet, double-sided. You can print it out, fold it over, and there you got a genuine, actual newsletter, which pretty much just talks about me. But I usually have things in there like little religious-themed jokes, har, 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 right? It's just, I think I got one. I think the first one I did was one of my favorites, about a lawyer who died and he goes to heaven. And he dropped dead at his desk at 45 years old from overwork. And he ends up in heaven, and they're all cheering and blowing the horns and saying, we've been waiting for you, we've been waiting for you. The one man on earth to live longer than Methuselah. And he says, what are you talking about? I died at 45. He says, no, our records show that you were 11,000 years old. So what do you mean 11,000? I was 45 years old. And St. Peter then looks at the books and said, I'm giving you the short version, of course. We all know that one person who makes a joke go on forever, right? So anyway, he says, no, I didn't live to be 11,000. And St. Peter says, I see the mistake. We just added up all the hours you billed your clients. And I think that was the first one I did some years back when I started the newsletter. And I'll pay for that one day, probably. I'll pay for that. But here it is. Well, I'm married to a lawyer, so what the heck, right? I think I'm allowed. So here we are. We're going to be, let's see, I've got new developments coming up with my shaving soap, which, as you can probably see, I should have used, but I didn't. I got a little scruffy today, but it's been a long day. And I've got some announcements there, and I'm not going to call it new and improved. Let me put it that way. It's a good shaving soap. The problem is there used to be 3 shaving soaps that were very moderately priced and were excellent, but inflation killed them because they were working on a very low profit margin. And when inflation hit 9.4%, they went out of business. There was a Williams shaving soap, which had been around since the 1800s, gone. Marvy Deluxe shaving soap, what a great name, gone. Amer Fresh, gone. All of it gone. But I still have some of the soaps that I got made to order for my soap, my shaving soap. And what I'm doing is I'm going to be revising that. I've been tooling around in the lab, so to speak, with various things, but it's going to be the same soap. Just bigger. I've decided why not? Since there just aren't that many any more shaving soaps that are moderately priced, which is it's a hobby for me more than a business. But you can buy them from me, and there's special deals. You can see that at mojoacademy.org. Look at Mojo Brothers shaving soap. Only about 5% of men who shave use this kind of shaving method. So believe me, I'm not trying to corner a market here. It's just a thing I enjoy doing. And I like using a good old-fashioned shaving soap. And now that there's nothing left to buy that isn't like $17 and filled with ridiculous oils, I have to make it myself, So that's, hey, necessity is the mother of invention, right? So look for some changes there. I'll be making announcements with that. Anyway, it's good to be back. I missed you all last week as I was crawling around like, as I said, Frank Sinatra and Man with the Golden Arm. But oh man, that movie hurts me because of what I've been through. But this is, I'm back, and we'll have a very good time. And maybe, just maybe, since this is the spring-summer newsletter, either spring or summer will actually arrive, because it's been cold here. It's been very cold here. The wind almost blew my hat off today. I'm the one you can spot me with in a trench coat and a fedora as I go around town. The wind blew my hair off. Anyway, you could see that. But this it's very windy, this town. There's a story about that at my blog about the worst winter I ever spent in this town. But that was I put that up a month ago. I think it's time to stop being lazy, wouldn't you say? I can only take this terminal illness shtick too far, because they're keeping me alive. And this is another funny thing. So I don't understand how. I guess people get grumpy when they find out they're going to die. I certainly didn't appreciate hearing it, but I didn't see any reason to get grumpy about it. And the doctors ask me how everything is going with my treatment, and I tell them it's great. I'm having a great time. It's relaxing. It's okay. And I said, what am I supposed to complain about? You got hundreds of people here working to keep me alive, and they're shocked. They never hear that attitude. So I believe in gratitude. And in fact, I can tell you something which is interesting. And I may have written about this at my blog, my website. I don't know. I lose track. I'm so prolific, right? But if there are studies that have shown, and I'm not a big fan of studies, but I like this one. If you make a list of things for which you feel grateful, just a short list of things for which you feel grateful, you will, for the next 90 days, be happier than the average person. That's all it takes. You don't need any pills. You don't need any drugs. You don't need any prescriptions. Just good old-fashioned gratitude and awareness. So try that sometime if you wish to. If you're feeling that you'd like to feel a little bit better. You like how you feel, but you want to feel better. Let's put it that way. Let's keep a positive spin on this. And let's do it that way. Just get yourself a list, a few things for which you feel gratitude, and see how it affects you. Because the studies show that you will, for 90 days, be happier and more serene and more contented than the person who doesn't do that. That's nice to know. Because what does it cost you? It costs you nothing, just a little thought and thoughtfulness. That's the way it goes, right? Anyway, let's get down to it. I don't want to spend too much time talking because I got nothing to say. How's that? I'm now, I'm officially part of, quote, the new media. So I guess I should be opining on everything under the sun. But most of these things don't mean much to me because I'm old enough, as you can tell, that I've seen these things come and go. Just doesn't matter. I don't get freaked out by developments politically. Nothing is going to be here forever impacting us. Nobody's going to cause any great damage. But the whole system, it's run on fear in many ways. This is why I have that book, Unmasking Fear, which was written in 1919, except for my introduction. I didn't write that in 1919, of course. I'm not that old. But, take a look at that book sometime. It's called Unmasking Fear. You can find stuff about it at mojoacademy.org, and it's at amazon.com. And it's definitely a book I recommend because it shows how even in 1919, before mass media, there was no radio, there was no television. I mean, what did they have? Pigeons, kites? But no, fear was an industry. So, see, this is built into us. Now, there's a study I want to put up also, speaking of studies, that shows, and this is kind of counterintuitive because we've been taught for years that you cannot pass on inherited characteristics. The Lamarckian theory has been disproven time and again until suddenly it turned out to be true. So science came up with a new category just to cover themselves. And it's called epigenetics. And it turns out that if you live a life of stress and fear, you're going to change your DNA and you're going to pass that along down into the grandchildren. They'll carry that fear. That's worth knowing. So if you want some tips on how to not live in fear, drop me a line at askdarrow@earthlink.net. And I can direct you to some stuff. I can show you this at pages at my website, magic-works.com, about fear and how deadly it is. First of all, we should have learned this in the pandemic when people were pushing really hard to scare us all. Fear shuts down your immune system. Mine too, not just you. Our immune system shuts down with fear because the body needs the blood to go to the limbs. So we can run like hell. That's what fear does. It's fight or flight. And it goes into your arms to fight and into your legs to run. And that kind of puts the kibosh on your immune system. So don't give in to fear. Now, fear is a healthy thing. Don't trust anybody who's never afraid. Fear is the emotion that we have developed to let us know that we're at risk. Just like anger has its point, too. Anger is important. Anger lets us know that we have been mistreated. Now, you know and I know that there's an awful lot of people out there who just can't tell when they've been mistreated. They just don't know. We call them doormats sometimes and laugh about it, but it's sad. There are people who just don't know when they're being treated badly, and they erupt eventually, and it's bloody, and it's awful. But we have these feelings and emotions for a reason. And biologically and evolutionarily, the advantage to fear is that it tells us that we're at risk, and we want to be very careful. We get heightened sensations. So check that out. You can also read about that in my book. You knew a plug was coming. Come on, tell the truth. Reverend Elliott Explains It All. You can find that also at Amazon.com. It's called Reverend Elliott Explains It All. Now, do I explain everything in the world that needs to be known? Yeah, actually I do. Or your money back. There you go, see? No, but what the heck, right? I like the title. I thought it would be a good title. So we're all shuffled up now, obviously. You can see this is becoming like a nervous tick, this shuffling. So we're all shuffled. The cards are shuffled. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now so that we can declare sacred space. And we're going to, this day after we all paid our taxes, hopefully, except for some of us who wait for the statute of limitations to expire. Let's just ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now I will pull back the curtain on the magical window for Silver in Victorville, California. Hi, Silver. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Hello?
Yes, hi, Silver in Victorville. Is that you?
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. How are you doing tonight? Oh, that's me coming back at me. Great. Let's see if we can deal with the echo here, okay? What is on your mind tonight, Silver?
I wanted to know,
Go ahead, I'm here.
I wanted to know if I will be able to have a kid.
Now, I didn't hear the last half of that at all.
If I will be able to have any kids.
If you'll be able to have kids, the top card I have here is Temperance. That's a card of balance. So that's telling me that, yeah, that's because it's a possibility. The Wheel of Fortune says whatever situation you're in now is going to be changing. The King of Cups here was about having control and mastery of your emotions and feelings. And, here is the card called the Sun, which shows a little child on it. You see there? I hope you can see that. It's a nice little child. So that says there's a very good possibility that you'll have children, yeah. Now, of course, there are certain things you have to go through to have that happen. Sometimes it could be biological, other times it could be adoption, but there's ways to do it. Have you been, how can I put this delicately, have you been trying?
Yes, I have.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, sometimes, that's where the expression comes from. It's sometimes like for me and our marriage here, it was not in the cards, but for other people it is. And I'm seeing positive results here. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything impossible about it. I'm looking through it now and I'm seeing cards about happy home, and a happy home is a home with children, they say, don't they? So yeah, there's a possibility there. Is there anything else you want to look at? I missed that. I didn't hear it.
Will we end up getting the guy down?
Will you end up getting what? It faded off.
Remarried.
Will you're looking for marriage in your future?
Yeah, will we get?
Well, what I'm seeing is the situation as it is now is going to change. And that leads to the King of Cups, which is heightened emotional joy and happiness. So I'm seeing a strong possibility, yes, of marriage there. Yeah, just in the cards that I looked at already, okay?
Oh, okay. Well, that's all. I don't have anything else.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling. And best of luck with your family. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle the cards up again. I should say that a woman named Silver was probably one of the most influential people in my whole life. And she passed away, I believe it was last year, nearly 100 years old. This was the closest I'd come to a Zen guru master. She was the owner and operator of the New York City Improvisation, the original Improvisation, famous comedy club, and she was they used to say a piece of work, but a very interesting person. And I have very clear memories of her telling me how much she appreciated the work I was doing and how much she liked me and how much she enjoyed having me around. And those thoughts were going through my head while I was standing on the corner of 44th Street and 9th Avenue while she was screaming at me at the top of her lungs. She wasn't one to hide her feelings. Something bothered her about something I had done. So, yeah. But yes, she was a very influential person for a lot of people. I mean, you name it, the biggies, the real biggies in comedy, they don't mention her enough. But if they started here in New York, silver got them going. Well, we're all shuffled up now, and Douglas in Wildwood, Alberta, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. How you doing tonight?
Pretty good. Pretty good, thank you.
So what can I look at for you?
Well, I've been alone for 8 years, and I'd like to know if I'm around a relationship or if there's one coming.
Yeah, let me show you the card that's right at the top of the deck here. Let's see. I don't know if that can be seen because I don't know what the lighting here is like, but that's the Hierophant. And that is the card that comes up that signifies marriage. I was kind of hoping it would come up for the previous caller because she was interested in marriage, but you have that card. And there's the Two of Cups. That's a card about a new relationship.
Okay.
So yeah, this is very good. You know, that's pointing that way. And here's now this card here. This is a beauty. The Ten of Cups. That's perfected happiness, and it's a family with children and a house. The Ten of Coins. Well, you got the tens are the acme of the suit. So there's perfected happiness and abundance in terms of money. And then there's romance, and then there's marriage. And the Empress is here, and that is a woman who makes things happen, makes things grow. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're going to meet a very interesting person who's going to lead you down that path of happiness and wealth and children. How's that? That's a very strong statement. You know, I'm not even going to hedge that by saying, well, I seem to see that, but that's definitely what I see here. I mean, this is heavy duty stuff here.
She has to have the children because I can't.
Well, I'm glad to hear somebody say that these days because you can never tell. You see, the Supreme Court in England just had to decide what a woman is.
Oh, all right.
So, oh man, and you want to know really what a woman is? Serve one with divorce papers and see what happens. You'll find out.
Yeah, mine served me. I don't need to go there anymore.
You've been there, huh?
Yes.
Yep. You're a member of the Brotherhood. You know, I had. I don't want to go into this too deeply because aside from the fact that I've talked about it many times, and this show is really not about me as much as it's about the callers, but I kind of got rid of my first wife. I don't mean I killed her or anything, but she had this horrible story about being so madly in love with the wedding photographer, for God's sake, you know. So I just said to the two of them, you just live together from now on and leave me out of it. And they were so thrilled, so happy. And that lasted a few months. And then years later, she contacted me just to say, you threw me out like last week's garbage. And I said, yeah, I did, didn't I? So I don't know. Yeah, well, this is like almost 50 years ago. So it's just funny moments in our life that we don't forget at all.
Yeah, well,
but
I was with her for 37 years, and she packed her bags and went one night without notice, and it was 44 years before I got divorced.
Wow. Well, my first marriage lasted 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days, but who's counting?
The marriage lasted 18 months. I just had to keep her for a nuclear family for the children.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Well, now it's time to start over again, right? Well, it looks good. Let me see if I can get another card here for you that would be good. Oh man, well, this is interesting. This may relate to what you just told me, but it's the Five of Swords, which tells me that there's somebody out there who's saying bad things about you and kind of like working against your interests. But that's not a card of serious trouble, you know. It's just like a pest. There's another one that's similar to that, and that's here too now. So I think that somebody in your past is not too particularly happy with the turn of events your life is taking, but I don't see that having any negative effect on you at all. I mean, I wouldn't have mentioned it otherwise, because then you have to go into a whole thing about how to handle it. But I think you're doing fine. I mean, this sums you up. This card here. This is the Six of Swords. It's about getting from where you are to where you want to be through your own energy and your own power. I think you're doing very well with that. That you know who you are, where you're going, what you want, and how to get there, and you do it. It may not be fast, but you do it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's exactly the way it is.
Yeah, well, that's beautiful, because you're very well grounded, and you'll get what you want eventually. And here you go. This is the star. That's a card of hope and optimism, and it also there's a little bird in a tree behind this woman in these cards, and that represents a child who's going to be born. That's the spirit of a child that will be born. So these things are pointing towards marriage and children for you.
Yeah.
And great happiness. This is a card of happiness and joy and sensual delights. The Nine of Cups. You're going to do all right. You're on a path to doing very well here. Okay. So if it concerns you, just get a copy of this show at the archives tomorrow at askoneradio.com, and you can listen to this reading, and you'll see if you think it's taking a little longer and you're doubting it. A lot of people will doubt these things after a while, but I'm telling you that these are strong. I don't like to make wishy-washy kind of predictions, but I back away from making very firm things in such a short reading format as this, except for what I just saw for you. And I can see that is definitely there. It's definitely all coming together for you. So no problem at all. And you're going to be living in the 51st state, so that's good too, right?
We're going to leave that one alone for a little while.
Fat chance, right?
Well, I'm going to leave that one alone because I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, well, it's just maps, it's just geography. So
yeah, well, there's a lot of separatists. There's a lot of separatists in Alberta.
Yeah, well, this is the people are problem solvers. Is the way I've come to this conclusion over the years, that people are problem solvers, and if there are no problems to solve, they'll make them, and then they'll solve them. So that's just we have a president right now who likes to what's the word I'm looking for? Alarm the media and set the tone of it. I mean, he'll make wild statements like that and control the message. So it's an interesting act, I think.
I know for a fact, I saw it. I know what he did to Trudeau is all he did was reach across the border and give him a big slap.
Mm-hmm.
And that freaking ended his career, and he stepped down.
Yeah,
and that
sure did.
A favor to us. Now the tariff thing. Well, we're not going to go there, but we're not.
There's enough political chatter on the airwaves that I don't particularly feel I want to contribute to that. I just find I'm just looking like I keep remembering when my grandmother in her late years used to hear news stories like this and say she'd utter a silent prayer, which was, "Lord, how big is your zoo?" Because to her, we were all just monkeys frolicking around in a zoo. And she may have had a point, So there you go.
Did. And then very intelligent woman.
Well, here's one last card I'll leave you with, which is the Page of Cups. That's also the appearance of romance. It's coming. So this is on its way. You're going to be fine. Okay?
Yeah.
Take it from Reverend Elliott. You're going to be just fine.
All right. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Nice talking to you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. Good night.
And let's shuffle them up. Look at that. We're halfway through this. Goodness. Where does the time go? Time flies, right? That's what they say. I've reduced myself to cliche. Oh boy. You're listening to Reverend Elliott I've had a very interesting week because I got a new printer. And one of the features of this printer is stress-free setups. I needed tranquilizers. It was so damn stress-free. You know, it was such a mess. It wasn't stress-free to me. I just don't understand. Again, I say this over and over again. This is my constant lament. Why can't these things, computers and printers and all, why can't they be like pianos? If you can use one piano, you can use them all. So I, aside from having nightmares about the printer, I'm a good one for nightmares, to tell you that. It took a while, but I got it going. I got it cooking, and I've got it printing. I thought the most useless feature was wireless printing. I can now print with my computer elsewhere in the apartment. I don't have to bring it right to the printer. And when I start doing that, I get beeps coming out of the printer, which means it has questions for me on the little screen. So I have to go there anyway. So you see, what's the point, right? I work for these things. I don't mean I worked for them and got the money. I mean, I work for them. The printers and the computers, they tell me what to do. Fascinating, isn't it? I mean, they must be laughing at us in their little AI hearts of heart, right? Oh, brother. So, Stacy in Collingwood, Ontario is next. Hi, Stacy. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great, thanks.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
Whatever comes out.
Okay, let's give it a shot. I'll shuffle them up. And we'll see. I'm using the Hanson Roberts Tarot, which I like. I may use a couple of different ones in the coming weeks, but I like these. They're kind of small. They don't take up much space here. Living in New York is about space.
Yeah.
Well, I see interesting things here. I see money coming your way. I see success piling up. I got a lot of money card here. This is very good. Something I see here, did something recently happen that's very sad?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I see that as just being there, you know, like there's no judgment here about it's good or bad. It's just something sad happened and you're dealing with it, and it's going to be replaced by emotional well-being and happiness. That's the Ace of Cups. There's also the Ace of Coins here. I said there's money here. There's the Ace of Coins, the Six of Coins, the King of Coins. So I'm definitely seeing money coming your way. If you have any problems relating to money, I think they're going to be cleared up for you this coming year. And
that's awesome to hear.
There's Six of Rods is here. That's a card of great success. So whatever you want, you're going to get it. It's going to, another part, that sounds ominous. You're going to get it, but no, I don't mean it that way. What you want is coming, and you'll do well. You have the Strength card here that shows that you're a very strong and resilient person. You can handle these things. So I think whatever it was, you don't have to go into any details if you don't want to. Whatever it was that occurred that was kind of sad is not going to keep you down. It's just not.
Yeah.
But it's painful. I mean, I have two of the saddest cards in the deck here right now. The Three of Swords and the Nine of Swords. But, see, that's followed by the Four of Coins. More money is coming in. Now, here's a card that I like. It's the Ten of Swords. See, this is also a card that looks awful, but it's not. That says that this bad experience it's going to go away soon. The Ten of Swords looks awful, but what it means is that life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. So you're fine.
True.
You're going to do okay. But what's going to characterize this coming year that I see for you is success and money.
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good ride. I wouldn't mind a reading like that one day. And here's another one here, the Ten of Coins. You got to see, all these cards are money, and the Temperance card is here. Temperance card is about balance. I had that earlier for somebody. A well-balanced life.
Yeah.
That's the secret to a lot of things. The World is the card here. That's assured success. The 10 of Cups. Wow, that's great happiness and joy.
My nickname is Stacy 1010.
Oh, really? Well, you got a lot of 10s here. That's for sure. I mean, you have the 10 of coins and the 10 of cups, and you have the ace of coins and the ace of cups. Now, the cards only go from 1 to 10, and you've got the aces and the 10s. So you've got the whole gamut there. So, yeah, this thing that happened that is kind of sad is just a blip. It's not going to overpower you at all. You're going to be just fine. One last card. No kidding. The Page of Coins. That's the physical manifestation and appearance of the money. There's everything here is telling me that there's money coming your way. Don't
I don't see it yet, I feel it.
Yeah, good, because it's gonna work out very well for you. So as it develops, you can drop me a line and we'll see if I can see any more into that, because right now it's just a very one-sided reading about money and good feelings coming to replace the bad stuff, and that's very good. But you might want some more nuance. So if you feel like it, just drop me a line at askdarrow@earthlink.net, and I'll look at a few cards for you on the house. How's that?
That sounds wonderful. Maybe I'll give you a reading in return for free.
Oh, excellent. That would be good. I haven't had a reading in a long time. Do you read tarot?
Yes, and Oracle, mostly Oracle.
I'll tell you what, because I have on my webpage, magic-works.com, I have a page which is links to people who do readings. I don't want to just keep it about me only. So if you want to take a look at that page and you feel like you want to put something there, let me know. I'll put it up there. The cost is really affordable. It's free. You don't get more affordable than that, right?
That's right.
But it's a way of enlarging the community a little bit, and there's a few people there now. I let it go because I'd been very ill for the last year, but it's still up and running. And if you'd like to be part of that, if you want to have yourself listed there, please, by all means, drop me a line. Oh. And if there's anyone listening to whom I've told this in the last year, but I didn't get to you because I was too busy dying. Not to be subtle about it, right? Just give me a little nudge, and I'll get back to it, and I'll put you up there at that page at my website. But I look forward to hearing from you. Okay, Stacy?
All right, sounds good.
And then maybe we can do a reading together for somebody. Yeah. How's that? That would be good.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll shuffle them up now. Yeah, this is something that I've even had a couple of people interviewed about that. And, somebody chastised me and said, you should be charging people for that. Why? Why? Do I need money that badly? What, why? Why should I be charging people for it, right? It's just fun to do. And I enjoy doing that. It for me, I like it. So, I'm going to shuffle up now. I see we have another caller just waiting there. It was hidden. I had a number 1 here, and I clicked on the number 1, and I saw somebody popped up now. Christina in, is it LaPorte or LaPorte or what? How do you pronounce that? In Texas.
LaPorte, Texas. Yes. Hi.
LaPorte. Hi. How's Texas doing today?
Oh, it's Texas. It's doing all right.
Okay, good. Man, it's I've always had a blast here in New York at some of our less reputable saloons when people from Texas would come up and do a pub crawl. They were always Texans and Australians are so much alike in many ways that it's a lot of fun. So, but my pub crawling days are over. So before I get into that and pass out off this chair, what can I look at for you?
Oh, well, finances are a very strange thing right now. I'm a massage therapist, and usually I have people jumping on the table, and I just have gone through this long period of pretty much crickets. And romance is about the same way. So I'm not sure what's going on. And
I noticed that like my books, which usually I regularly mail books out to people, that around the election time, nobody was buying. It's like everybody was afraid of something. So that pretty much dried up for a while. But as soon as the election was over, it started picking up again. But slowly. So that could have been it. You see, the thing is, people don't just, and by the way, when people are put into a state of fear, that's a good time for a massage, don't you think?
Oh yeah, I mean it is a great time, but they've seemed to clammed up. I'm usually in California. I'm in Texas right now, dealing with some other things, but I'm just not used to that. Usually I have a lot of calling on that, and finances have been really low, and so is romance, and it's just been kind of like crickets in my life, and I'm wondering why.
Well, let's take a look. Let's see well, this is an interesting card. This is the first card. It's almost meaningless by itself. It's the Eight of Rods. That means something is on the way. That means something is coming. It's not just potential. It's almost here. The cards I don't know if you can get a look at that. The cards are about to land. They're hitting down the cards, the rods. So this is about something that's about to happen, and these things usually indicate business. But this is an interesting set of cards here for you that culminate in. Well, you have the King of Rods, which is about career and work and being master of what you're doing. The Page of Swords is there. That's the beginning of a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing things. And the Six of Cups, that's kind of a nostalgia, an emotional longing for a time past, and something, generally when that shows up, somebody from your past who was important to you may show up again in your life. And that generally can be a good thing. And then there's the King of Cups, which is about, again, you have the King of Rods and the King of Cups, and that's success and mastery in your emotional life and in your business life. So I think these cards, what they're saying overall is that this is just a temporary spell, and it's going to clear up. And it's going to clear up soon. That's why the Eight of Rods was the first card I got.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but it's interesting to me that you got the King in the two areas that you mentioned specifically. You got the King in those suites, and that is or suits actually. Suites. What am I thinking of? Go get a hotel room, right? The king of that's. I won't go there. The King of Cups and the King of Rods. I mean, good stuff in terms of business and romance. So I think you'll be fine.
Oh, good. That's good to hear. Well, thank you so much.
And here's the King of Coins, because what is the point of a business without money, right? So that's good. The money is there. Good. You've got it. You'll master these things, and you'll be fine. And it's going to happen very soon. That's what the Eight of Rods is. It's on the way. It's happening, and it's coming to you right now. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I really appreciate that.
You're going to have a good year. I see that here in the cards. Bye bye now. And
thank you.
My pleasure. Bye bye. Let's shuffle them up. See if we can get another reading in, or maybe two. Erica in Long Island here in New York, right across the East River. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Erica. How are you doing tonight?
Okay, thank you.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I'd like to see career-wise, just get a better idea, like when things are going to start moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got. I'll shuffle them up now that you mentioned that. It's a little more information. And, well, that's a good start. These are good. These are excellent cards here. This really good stuff here. This very good stuff here.
Oh, good.
The first you have is the Ace of Coins, followed by the King of Coins. That's good. That's very good. That's the Ace of Coins is the potential of money coming in. The King of Coins is mastery of money, financial. This is excellent. The Fool is here. The Fool is a very good card. Doesn't mean you're a fool. It means that you have divine protection. Is what that means. That is, in other words, if there was anything negative in this reading, that card would wipe it out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so don't be concerned about anything bad showing up in the cards, because it won't, because the Fool is there. The Seven of Rods is here. That's about a person who can sweep away obstacles. You're very resourceful and very good at that. The Wheel of Fortune is here. You want to hear that one, because that means that things as they stand now are changing. And the next card is also a major card, which is the Judgment card, which means that there's almost a rebirth coming your way. You're pretty much you're going to get what you have coming to you, in a sense. You're going to get the things you deserve. And the Justice card is here. If you had been treated badly, if somebody did something wrong and somebody mistreated you, they are going to pay for that. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And there is some indication that somebody has been going around kind of sneaking around, not being very nice about you, but the person isn't succeeding at all. So that's good news. I'm seeing more happiness and joy and loads of good cards here. The Ace of Cups again, the Ace of Coins. So I got that. That's exactly what I got for a previous caller, which is the beginning of good stuff in terms of money and in terms of emotions. So these what's happening that is out of whack for you is going to be realigned, and you'll do well.
That's really good.
So the key thing here is that the Wheel of Fortune, that the situation as it stands now will change. It's not a matter of it should or it could or it may, but it will change, and it'll change for the better. That's the Judgment and the Justice card. You may have been suffering because of something unfair that happened to you. And you don't have to go, if that's right, you don't have to go into any details with us, because it's going to be rectified. The life itself is going to take up your case and fix it for you, okay?
That's great.
So that's it. I mean, it's all clean. It's good. Again, the Fool card, that's the card that's the Romani people consider that, meaning that you're the beloved of God. So that's why nothing goes wrong when that card appears. And
that's good.
You got a dynamite set of cards there. Okay.
Okay. All right. Does it say when?
Well, it's happening now. It's in the Wheel of Fortune tells me that the change is occurring at this moment. So it's coming. It's on the way.
Okay.
There's subtle indications for timing in tarot, but see, like this card here, that's assured success. That's a good one, and that's there for you too. There's also just don't let this freak you out. It's the Death card. Now, that's not about dying. That's about one phase of your life ending and a new one beginning. Now, that's part of the Wheel of Fortune, because you're about a part of one phase of your life will be ending and a new one beginning, and it'll be a nice, good new phase of life. You're about to enter a whole new realm of existence, and you're going to do very well with it.
That's amazing.
You feel it coming, don't you?
I do.
It's on the way, and all these are very good cards, especially the Justice card and the Death card and the Judgment card. These all go hand in hand. They're major cards, so they're very important, and it's about a whole new level of existence that you'll attain.
That's amazing.
You've wanted it for a while, I can see in these cards, and you're going to get it. and you're going to.
Yeah.
I think you're ready for it. See, this is the 10 of Swords. That's the card. I had that earlier. That's a card that means that the worst is over. That the good stuff is going to take over. From now on, the good stuff takes over. That life threw what it had at you, and it didn't kill you. That's essentially it, you know.
Right.
And you're still here, and you're going to thrive. So it's excellent. Good reading.
And
Excellent
interestingly enough, I was actually telling my dad that I felt that the worst is over, and now it's time for blessings.
That's exactly the meaning of that card. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
that's one of the things I like about tarot is that rather than, a tall, dark stranger is going to come into your life, that kind of stuff, it can confirm your feelings. You didn't mention that to me before, but you saw the card here, and then you mentioned it. Now, if you mentioned it first and I pulled that card, you'd be very suspicious, obviously. But that's, so you played it well. You kept me in line. You kept me just pulling out the cards and seeing what's happening. But you're headed for a very good time here. Very good time. More money cards here too. Excellent stuff here.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
So I've got to run. I've got a couple of minutes left, and that's only literally a couple. So that's it for this week. Thank you very much. I'm glad I got to speak to you.
Much.
Bye now. And that's it. We'll be back again next week with Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and by then I should be sending out my newsletters, which have a special gift. It's a centerfold. Not that kind of centerfold. You'll see when you get it. Because it might upset some people, but I don't find this kind of thing upsetting, or I wouldn't do it. That's tantalizing, isn't it? But if you want to see more about what I do, if you're new to me, I've only been doing this now since 2011. So, gosh, it's been a long, long time. It's been a long time. 2011, I started doing this. You can, and by the way, if you want to do this, you just get my book called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It tells you all about learning to read the cards yourself and becoming a reader yourself. I've got a minute to go, so let me tell you that you will be back again next week. You can see me at magic-works.com, mojoacademy.org for the best in esoteric literature and records and films, all there, and all kinds of stuff. Contact me anytime. If you didn't get a chance to get on, drop me a line, and I give readers a free I give listeners a free mini reading. So we're down to the last few seconds, so let me just say that until next week, in which I plan to be here with you. This is Reverend Elliot telling you that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. See you again next week. I had a great time, and I'm so glad to be back with you. Bye-bye now.